In the event that we have an emergency where we have to evacuate the building, this is our primary exit right here. We'll go out the sliding doors and up to the primary meeting location, which is where all the Forest Service vehicles are in that upper parking lot. If this exit happens to be blocked or we cannot egress out that side, then we'll use these doors or right through the break room, out that door, down the hallway and out the secondary exit, or there's also an exit in the middle of the back of the building. Exit out of any of those, and again, meet at our primary location in the upper parking lot. If this is West Kentucky and we are known for some significant tornadic activity that can, pop up at any time, if we do have a need to shelter in place for a tornado, our tornado locations are actually the restrooms at each end of this hallway. There's 2 here and 2 down at the other end of the hallway. Any questions? Have a wonderful meeting.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks. Thank you. Well, and going along with that, since it's already introduced where the bathrooms are, if people want to know, there's 2 sets of bathrooms down this end. There's another set down that way, and there's water fountains at each end. That's usually the other important thing people need to know where the bathrooms are. And Rick, do you want to just do the?
Sure thing. Well, welcome everybody. It's great to see everybody and be back here. I can't believe it's been about 6 months since I was last here and we're all here together. And really looking forward to a good day. Really, again, appreciate the time. I know everybody's got busy schedules and the time that you take to come and be part of In Between the Lakes National Recreation Area. For a lot of today, you've got the agenda. We'll be talking about the new law that was passed, and I think there was some follow-up information from the last one, but we worked through those questions and posted them online. So hopefully everybody got to see that. And we got some other presentations today, but really want to our last meeting, the first meeting I was at, had a lot of really good interaction and I learned a lot and it was very helpful for me. Looking forward to that today. And as we go through the new legislation, responsibilities for this board, and for some of those things, wanted to make sure so you can be thinking about like some of those annual plans. So what do you want those to look like? When do you want to do that? And what will work best as far as having those shall be giving advice on those plans. So I just wanted to plant that seed so when we get to that time, we can talk a little bit about, again, how, what would work, what would serve this board best, and how could we best get that information together. I'll also, we're going to do introductions, but you see Rhea Whalen sitting here where Lisa Cook was sitting last time. And Lisa Cook took another position with the Department of Interior, and we're in the process of filling the position. And Rhea was gracious enough. I called and said, could you come over and serve as acting area supervisor? So she's here for 4 months serving. So thank you, Rhea, and welcome. And Daniel's been here for the last 30 days. I want to thank Daniel for the work that he's done. I'll turn it back to you, Marty.
Oh, sure. And one thing we should probably have done a little bit earlier, but just a reminder, if you have cell phones, to turn them down or silence them. We're trying to be respectful of everyone's time and efforts. And so hopefully, not that there's not going to be a mistake or somebody forgets. I mean, it may be me too. So no worries on that. Just let you know, the meeting is recorded at all times, and just that you're aware of that. And you actually can see some from, the press is here too. But also that will be up on the website for the next 30 days. So this is being taped, and you can look at it again later if you want, or you can let other people know about it and they can take a peek at it. We do have some folks that are online. They're, hopefully they're muted and you can't see them. only person on the side can see who they are, but that way, there's some folks who are either from Atlanta or other places who are just attending virtually. So that they can sort of participate and they can also, ask questions later or pipe in. So there's opportunities for the folks who are, remote to be participating. And then anybody who's virtual, who's not a member of the, advisory board is going to be muted. So that's, more on the letter virtual too. Rick's already done sort of the welcome. And then sort of the next one was just, we don't have a lot of ground rules on this. It's really just to try and be respectful of everyone else's, opinion on this. Really want to try and get people to talk about things. There's no right or wrong answers. We're not trying to make ultimate decisions right away on anything. This is really to get people to talk about their concerns and interests. So that's part of this. But then also we wanted to go around the room and just have everyone on the board give a quick introduction to themselves as we did that. My name is Marty Marcheterre and I'm with a company called Copperhead Environmental. And we're out of Paint Lick, Kentucky, over over near Berea. But that's what we've done some work for the Forest Service before, but really our role today is just to be a facilitator, try and keep things on time as best we can. We really want to be respectful of your time. You're spending the day here with us. So we really do want to make sure that, you're getting the most out of it. If there's any questions come up, talk to me during the breaks or at lunch. We're happy to try and, address anything you need. And I guess we'll start with Rick and just work our way maybe around the board real quick, even though he kind of gave an introduction. Touch on it quickly, yeah.
Sure thing. Thanks, Marty. And can everybody hear me okay? Rick Lynn, Deputy Regional Forester. I work out of Atlanta, and I'm serving as chairperson for the board on behalf of our Regional Forester, Ken Arney.
Okay, Donnie Holland, former resident. My great-great-great-grandfather settled here in 1800s, Revolutionary War soldiers that got a land break here. I'm retired from Commissioner of State Parks for Kentucky. Recently retired. I'm a member of BTR Incorporated, that organization of former residents.
I'm Abby Smith and I live in Lyon County. I grew up in Western Kentucky and I am an educator, teacher. This is my 24th year teaching and working with kids.
William Perks, I go by Bill, retired military, was first involved with LBL back in the 80s when I was first stationed at Fort Campbell. Enjoyed it so much here that made it a point to come back here to retire because of Land Between the Lakes. So Trick County resident and appointed by our judge executive.
I'm Walter Battle. I am the University of Tennessee Economic Development Specialist for West Tennessee. That's my day job. And at night, I teach for UT Martin. I teach rural economics and agricultural cropping systems. Happy to be here.
I'm Della Alder, former resident of Between the Rivers. Grew up here as my grandparents, and similar to Donnie, came here with a land grant when this was the frontier. Of course, frontier of the states at that time. It wasn't Kentucky then. There's several of us in the room that can claim that. But anyway, we belong to an organization called BTR Inc. that works closely and hopefully successfully with trying to maintain our heritage and keep some of the spirit alive that was here before the land became what it is now. I'm happy to be here and have been on the board since its inception, like when TVA was here. I was on the first board. So I have a long history with watching what happens here. I could write you a book on what has not happened, and I'm looking forward to seeing things start to happen. So I'm glad to be here.
I'm Nancy Dawson. To make it short, I'm with Cherokee Park. Cherokee Park was the first state segregated park in the South. And so I helped found the organization. I'm also, I lived in Tennessee and I've been around this area for 20 years. So I've been around the lake, between the lakes for quite a while. And I've done a lot of different things. I work with the National Park Service. I work with the people in Dover. I've been all around. So I'm glad to be here.
Johnny Wall. I'm from Lyon County. Appointed to the board by the Lyon County Judge Executive. My
My ancestors go back generations, 5 and 6 generations in LBL.
And I retired from TVA and I worked part-time for the Forest Service for a while, helped with the transition. I just like the history of the area, the family histories and, just, I think it's a great place for people to do it. I always try to tell people, I consider it my backyard, but I always try to be very conscious of the fact that people gave up what a sacrifice they were so we could have this area. And I do a lot of programs on the history of the area, the Civil War history and different things, but I just like being out here doing different history things, so.
I'm Russ Tilford. I'm the superintendent of Lyon County Schools. I was appointed to this advisory board by the governor of Kentucky.
Melissa Parker, I'm from Stewart County. I was born and raised there. I work for the school system. We organize a lot of the local field trips. We have about 12 field trips that we take our kids on, inland between the lakes. Glad to be here.
I'm John Zimmer, Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm the regional coordinator of the 14 most western counties of Kentucky. For some of you who have been on the board, I replaced Tony Black about a year ago.
Good morning, my name is Ree Whalen, and normally I am a fire, lands, and planning staff officer from South Carolina, but I will be here for the next 4 months as the acting area supervisor and the designated federal officer for this board. So I'm looking forward to working with all of you. Got 28 years with the Forest Service. Started out in Arkansas. I've worked in Tennessee. I've worked in California, South Carolina. And I was telling several folks that I've got family, my mom's side of the family's from Kentucky. They're from the Hardinsburg, Owensboro area. So I've been to Kentucky a lot, never been to the land between the lakes. So I'm looking forward to working with all of you.
Thanks, everybody, for the introductions. Rick will go ahead and do a presentation. Oh, sorry about that. Thanks.
No, it's okay. I don't know what it's doing. If it isn't, I'm sorry, guys. I tried. There we go. I don't know. There you go. Okay. Brian, you want to go ahead?
Sure. I'm Brian Clark. I'm Deputy Commissioner with Kentucky Fish and Wildlife. Pleased to be with you all today.
Yeah, as well. Oh, you're on mute. Okay.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Deoch Young. I apologize for not being able to be there. As you can hear my voice, I'm a little sick today. I am a associate professor of urban forestry and the associate dean for academics in the College of Ag at Tennessee State University here in Nashville.
Is there any other board members that are on virtual or are they, or that's it? Okay, then we'll go back ahead and get Rick to get started on the first presentation part. And then sort of the plan is to do that presentation and then after that, open up for some discussion by the board members. Right, Rick, to get started.
Sure thing, sure thing. Well, yeah, say exciting times. I think getting to be in some moments of history. We've got new legislation. And I know a lot of folks here probably were very involved in this. So it amends the previous 1998 law. Now I was just going to go through it, go through those changes. And this was part of the omnibus bill that was passed right at the end of the last calendar year. I think it was December 29th. And when we got a hold of it, is in those, thousands of pages. And first thing I did was start going through it and make sure we understood what things meant. So as I go through things and folks, I don't get it exactly right, or there's something we need to add or talk about, stop me and let me know. I was going to go in order. And what I did too is I looked at this so many different ways, but I went and put the new the new stuff into the old, so I can see how it all fit together. But one of the first, I guess the first change was a qualified resident or relative is defined. So the term qualified resident means a former resident of the area within the recreation area, or the spouse of a former resident of that area, or a widow, widower, or lineal descendant of an individual buried in a cemetery located in the recreation area. And there's some later sections where this will be important as far as why that's defined with cemeteries and the historical properties. The next one was a change to the status of the unit. And previously had the word may in it, and it could be a separate unit or conjunction with an existing national forest. And now the definition is, for the status of the unit is, the secretary shall administer the recreation area as a separate unit of the national forest system. The next changes, and there's quite a few, are with the board here. So in the advisory board section of the law, it changes the composition of this board. Oh, thank you. Did I miss one?
Can you give us a little more detail on where you're at here? I'm having a hard time keeping.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Section 522. So. Okay. You got it? Right here, 522, and that's the advisory board. So the change is, one of the changes is where the advisory board now has 17 members, the advisory board would become 13 members. And in the list of 1 through 5 under membership there, the 2 individuals appointed by the governor of Tennessee and the 2 individuals appointed by the governor of the state of Kentucky would no longer be part of the advisory board. We're under the existing charter until it's amended. So Russell, you're still here with us today.
Right. I need to go home, just tell me. Kick me out. Get a sandwich before you go. Yeah.
We've got to amend the charter. Did I get that wrong? That's why I look up. I'm good. Okay. We got to amend the charter and get that in and to make the changes to the charter under the new law. Moving down under term succession, that was changed. Before it had members of the advisory board may not succeed themselves. Now it is, that's stricken, and now it's non-consecutive terms. Members of the board may serve multiple terms, but may not serve consecutive terms. So if an appointment is 5 years, there'd have to be a gap until the next, and so they can serve, but there'd have to be a gap in between them serving with someone else serving. Under the functions of the board, this is where I mentioned earlier that some things have been added. And before it was that the advisory board may advise, and now it is shall advise. And if you remember, probably remember well in our charter, that used to, the 2 main functions were promoting public participation for the land and resource management plan for the recreation area and environmental education. And there's been responsibilities added to this board. So in addition to those 2, there's also an annual plan for recreation and environmental education areas in the recreation area, including the heritage program, with non-appropriated amounts in the Land Between the Lakes Management Fund. And last time we got talking a good bit about heritage and education as well, and look, it showed up. So we were right on the money when we were talking last time. Number 4, another responsibility that's been added is an annual forest management and harvest plan for the recreation area. And number 5, shall advise the secretary on the land between the lakes management fund. Or what's going on with that fund. We've got more responsibilities now. We've got some more work to do. And that's what, I don't know if now would be a good time to talk and think about for those advising on those. And maybe to start with, like, the forest management harvest plan, because we've done work together over the years on the two responsibilities we've had. But some of these other annual plans, the annual work plan for recreation environmental education, annual forest plan, and the land between the lakes management fund. Wanted to kind of just talk like, well, what could you like that information? When would you like that information? How, what kind of format? How, and are we talking about advising like for the next calendar year, the next fiscal year, how far in advance? And just to begin a conversation on that, I don't know if that's
Well, I'll start it on the forest management plan. Relative to timber cutting, that's always been a flashpoint. For the area, for the former residents, et cetera. Well, the intent, the spirit, I think, is that whatever the plan over the coming 2 or 3 years, as far as any kind of timber cutting, and to go back during the process of creating this, those that were from land between the lakes and those working on this, actually wanted to put amounts of timber that could be cut into this number to show primarily that not anti-timber cutting, just let's not go hog wild with it like TVA did before they left. So we wanted guardrails to protect a situation like we had with TVA. And so what we foresee is in the spirit is that those plans would come before this board. Don't have the ability to cancel or change, right? We don't have this advisory board, whoever ends up, may not even be me, but whoever ends up being on it can't change your plans, but we certainly can let you know if we think that's a good plan or not a good plan. And so the guardrail that we installed, hopefully, is that the press will always be here. That's a good team here today at LBL. It's a good team. We can get along, we can have conversations, etc. That's not the way it's always been here. There had to be confrontations to stop crazy. Does it rip on Yellowstone? Told Beth that night, let's put the crazy aside for a while on Yellowstone. Well, to put the sometimes you have turnover and some really crazy things get proposed here, like 10,000 acres of oak grassland where grass won't grow, for example. And so the intent here is to present that up front so there's no ambushes and so that input can be offered otherwise, either pro or con. And we always want the press here as a part of that, as a sort of a guardrail. So that's sort of part of the one thing that was intended in the spirit of this bill.
Very good, thank you. So, yeah, Bill, you had your hand up.
If I'm understanding the question as far as how do we share this information, what is the board's impact or involvement? I think what some of us would like to see is that we're involved in the planning stages at least at a point where you have a proposal and you say, okay, here's what we're thinking about doing. And you receive feedback at that time before valuable resources and taxpayer dollars are spent going 2 years down the planning stage on a major project that's going to have a huge impact. And that's all been done in the dark confines of this building without outside input. Because when you open it up to talking to the public and their representatives, which is us, you might find that maybe that's ill-advised. It's not going to be widely well received from the public. And, you know, in advertising, they don't put something on national TV without at least setting it in front of some people and kind of see what those initial reactions are. We function best for you if you give us that opportunity from our diverse backgrounds to say, okay, how are you going to present this? You know, some of these large projects, you're going to have to make an effort to sell to the public. You're going to have to put that best foot forward, and you're going to have to explain to them the need for what you're proposing to do. There's always going to be diverse opinions about, well, I don't ever want to see a tree cut down, or I don't want this developed, or, you know, and you're going to have to understand those different positions based on the history of Land Between the Lakes and be prepared to answer that with how you present it to the public in the first place, instead of being reactionary, waiting till the public gets all riled up and you've got a large pushback, which has happened in the recent past. So just let us help guide you in a way of, is this a smart move? How do we present this? What are some concerns we can expect the public to have? And if we're involved in the initial planning phase, we can at least help guide you away from possible minefields and potential disasters that have happened here, because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make sure you use the resources, the funds, and the personnel to be the most successful you can be, to give the best product to the American taxpayer. Yeah, let us help. We can help. But we can't wait till you spent 5 years developing a project and say, here it is. It's too late.
Thank you, thank you. Other. That's really important. And because that's, I think you hit on it, is to when we advise, when would the advice be sought? And it's oh, here, this is next year. Well, there might be contracts already in motion by then. It's like, that wouldn't be really advice. Yeah, the train left the station. And one thing we've been working on, and I think this group, as we move forward, I'd say, we say the first iteration of advice and working on things, and we'll learn. Say, well, and you think, well, this is good information, but we would like it. You know, we like, you know, a map like this, or we like a list of things. That's what I want to make sure is we get you the information when the best served to give advice, and in the format that would be most informative as well. So that's what I was getting at. So, and I think too is once we get started, we'll also learn. You know, we're putting our best foot forward, we're learning. But next time, let's do it this way, and let's have it this way. I really want it to be interactive, so you can give that advice, and want to make sure that we get you the information in a format and say, oh yeah, this is helpful. Now we have this information, you know, we can give you advice, and you know, at the right time, because a lot of our work may be 2 or 3 years out from when we do public involvement, from scoping and environmental analysis. and other projects are moving through, it can, so that when you get that advice is really important. So thank you for that.
Now, what's the initials SOPA mean? SOPA report.
Schedule of proposed actions.
Okay. Now, is it not required to be issued?
Yeah, there's a quarterly schedule of proposed actions update that,
I don't think that has been done correctly here in the past. Is that a fair statement? I'm just asking if that's a fair statement.
Yes. There's been no regular communication between the board and line between the lakes about what is being proposed, what's being scoped, what's on the agenda moving forward, what's 1, 2, 3-year plans out. Yeah, that's not been shared.
So
typically the schedule of proposed action would be a listing of the projects and where they're at in the compliance process, the National Environmental Policy Act.
that's true.
Steps.
So we need to start enacting the publication of the SOPA documentation.
Yes. Definitely. Thank you. I see Rita's taking some notes.
But getting that directly to board members, not just burying it somewhere on the website.
Right.
Would be helpful.
Yeah, and one thing I can envision is, say coming in with a map and, and the first time might be, here's a map of things that are being considered. Here's some things that are being worked on, the different stages that they're at, and having that presentation made to the board. Like, but here's everything from zero to the next couple of years, as far as we can sketch out or see. And then having that interaction and conversations and figuring things out, what works, and then at the end, where the board says, okay, we feel where we can advise now. And I think it'll take us, a little bit of learning to do that together. But that's what I would say is, to start with is, hey, here's some maps, here's the projects, here's what we're thinking of, here's where they're at in the process for that. And that's just say for the harvest plan, and there's these other places to give advice as well.
As far as SOPA is concerned, should that not go out to the public as well? I mean, we're speaking of the advisory committee, and for sure it should come here. But should the public not also be made informed of that sort of thing, so they can send in their ideas or their concerns about anything that's being proposed?
Yeah, typically there's a contact list that each forest maintains, and then there's a schedule of proposed action that's updated on the website. And typically that's quarterly done. If we're behind on that here, we need to get caught up on that. And then people who have expressed interest in different types of projects and levels of projects would be on mailing list. And many times we've moved to where people have provided emails, but then where they don't, we'll still mail out hard copy, regular mail stuff.
So how do we get on the email list to receive that?
Well, anybody will, if you want to say, say we're all on.
I think we would all appreciate that.
You are all on. And then, say it's something, we can, you can say, mail you the link. And then also, a copy of it as well.
Isn't there a 30-day requirement for the issue of SOPA to the public? But is there?
But there's different time requirements within the National Environmental Policy Act on different types of, whether it's an environmental assessment or environmental impact statement, or decision memo. We typically have a public scoping period that'll run, and then And then, we'll complete the different analyses. And then depending on the type of decision, some have an objection period. Some don't. And, the ones that don't are categorical exclusions. They can, the simplest one, like mowing the grass, we don't have to do a lot of environmental analysis around it. Like, thank goodness. But yeah, different actions have different time periods.
Well,
It's not too confusing, but it depends on the level of analysis and.
there's a feeling that requests for information do so or other way has been ignored for years. People have requested information relative to projects formally, and those requests just disappear on black holes someplace. So we need to correct that in the spirit of this new act. How do we correct that? Just everybody does their job, I guess.
We can get to work on that. I'm actually looking at the SOPA link right now. I see 2 projects listed. One of them looks like it's already been done. And it looks like one is coming up. So if we send you guys the link, if we get it updated and we send the board the link, can you guys help us get that out to the constituents, or do we need our stakeholders and the public? Because this is public access. People can get onto the SOPA website and look at the project. So if we get it updated, would that be kind of what you guys need?
I think so, and let the press know. Be the key thing, if that's appropriate. I'm assuming it is, so yes.
Well, the good news is that the Land Between the Lakes website is massive. There's a lot of information there, but it's not always easy to access. Going back to what you said about having the proposals on the map would be very helpful, because not everybody viewing this information is going to be intimately familiar with, well, it's the woods in between road 103 and 207. That's not going to mean anything to them. And so having it mapped would be helpful. But the other piece of that is, if this had been done in the past, you and everyone else would have seen the massive amount of logging that was proposed in Lyon County. And you would have seen it all together. And it would have raised red flags earlier than what eventually became the huge backlash that Land Between the Lakes faced, because you were basically looking at clear cutting all of Lyon County within the LBL limits. And that was just a very ill-advised move from an outgoing administration, and that should have been caught earlier, because you alienated and activated a lot of public dissatisfaction based on smaller proposals that were all grouped in one area, and the impact was going to be enormous. The limits on those logging bids were all the way out to the road. I mean, there was no setback or anything. I mean, they were looking at taking it down to the dirt for thousands of acres up there. And that's what set a lot of things in motion. And that's the kind of minefields we would like to prevent you from walking into.
Yeah, thank you. I'll probably need to learn some more about that, because there's limits in place where thousands of acres could never be done. And what we want to do is there's forest management needs. And it's like sometimes when I walk into the doctor and the doctor goes, oh, and I think I'm doing pretty good. And the doctor can see, there's needs. And that's difficult sometimes when the doctor says, Rick, you got to do this, this, and this. I'm like, I'm not seeing it. And it's difficult. It's very difficult sometimes, because we'll go and prescribe, things that need to be done, but you've got, there's most likely some habitat needs here, some forest needs here, which brings about a management need. And so we want to make sure that what's driving any of the work we do is it's something that, we should do. It's, we're compelled to act, to do some treatment. It's not always easily understood, what we're doing, but there are a lot of limits in place of the size of an area can be. It's out of the National Forest Management Act. And, and then there's other things in the forest plan. There might be, thinnings, but the idea of clear cutting, there's normally about, I'm not sure what this plan is. I'd have to look it up and refresh myself, but overall it's 40 acres unless the forest plan changes that. But through the National Forest Management Act, there's a limit on a 40-acre size, and you can't put them directly adjacent to them, another one. And that's typically done when there's where I've seen that used, besides some endangered species management, some of our forests, but where there's say the wrong species was planted years ago because they couldn't get anything else to grow, and then where a lot of times the age class to withstand storms and everything is off. So I'd like to, maybe we can talk some more about that and learn some more about that proposal. But what I hear too is moving forward, saying when you meet and to advise on these plans, and in between that time with the schedule of proposed actions, you have a map and you have the proposals, and far enough in advance while we're planning it that we're not too far down the road, that you can actually give advice, and that advice is can be acted on. So yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Yes, and making sure we're doing the things that are required by statute. With the requirements.
Oh, yeah.
With the 30-day notice or whatever applies to the specific project.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I think in an effort to get public buy-in, which is always something that we should try to do. I think if you're already doing this, forgive me, but if you're not, I think one of the best things you can do is when you issue out these proposals, if you can say based on the best science or measurement practices available, we need to do this particular harvest or this particular way in this manner, it protects this or takes care of that. You may already do that. I don't know. But if you don't, that's what I would advise you to do or suggest you do.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I think with anything, it's, understanding the why.
Yes.
Why is something needed? Why does it do something?
It helps with transparency.
Oh, yeah. And that's maybe somewhere where the board can help us. I didn't get into what I'm doing because I'm an excellent writer. And English was one of the subjects I struggled with in school. So I wanted to work in the woods and loved working with people and wanted to get into public service. But a lot of times we may not be the best writers. And folks who read and give us impact say, why do you say it this way? Say it this way. We can learn and maybe you can help us with the why. Well, what I've seen is if folks won't agree, won't even just talk about what you're proposing if they don't understand why. Is it a problem or why there's an opportunity? Yes, Nancy.
I'm sitting there thinking, one of the things that I think is needed is simplification. People, a lot of this stuff is way out there for most people. They want the information simplified. So they don't understand all these things. Just make it simple. How do we do that?
Well said. And that's what I've used pictures before too, again, and pictures are worth 1,000 words sometimes. And yeah, making it simple is key. Because, yeah, the, and the process is actually very simple. Where are we? Where do we need to be? How do we get there? And did we make it? That's basically the NEPA process. But it's got a lot of regulations and case law around it, but that's what we do all the time. Where are we? Where do we want to be? How do we get there? And did we make it?
I understand the need for the terminology you use in your proposals and what you're writing up work within your agency. But your communication to the public has to be using terms that they're going to understand. I mean, the first 2 years I sat in these meetings, it was, and I thought I had a pretty good vocabulary, and especially with a military background, the amount of terminology that gets thrown around in these meetings that you guys have been using for 20 some years, and there's an assumption there that everybody understands it.
Yeah.
So your phrase you just used, sometimes it's not apparent to the public why this needs to be done. Well, you can't bury that in terminology that the public does not understand.
Right.
So you have to look at, is this information going back into the system to the Forest Service or Department of Agriculture, or is it going out to the public? And then how is that going to be worded? And then the other part of that public presentation, and I kind of beat the board over the head with this for close to 10 years, up front, you have to answer the question, what is the cost of doing nothing? Because you're going to have a lot of people that say, well, I don't want you to do that. I don't want burning, I don't want cutting, I don't want this, I don't want that. There is a cost of doing nothing in many of your proposed actions. We're going to lose this resource. We're going to possibly lose an endangered species, or this is going to spread and impact forest health. There is a cost, but you need to explain that cost up front. We're proposing this action because if we don't, the value or the health of the forest will decline, and this is why, in plain terms.
Yes.
If you do that up front, you educate the public for the why you need to do this, and they're going to go along with you 9 times out of 10.
Exactly. Yeah, I totally agree. And yeah, one of the things we may run into sometimes is there a hand up there?
There it is.
Oh, I was just gonna say,
Go ahead.
I'll finish this thought. Yeah, the purpose of the environmental analysis is to, disclose the effects of the action to the public. And it's also information for the decision maker to make an informed decision. And so there are some technical aspects to it, but really the first part of it should really be in that plain language that that is not technical. There's some technical parts to it because of the disclosure of effects and things like that. The effects analysis section by nature has to be technical, but that's understood. It's actually trained that way because that's also information for the decision maker to make their decision. So yeah,
Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Rick, you may have covered this earlier when you were talking about the new act, but what is the scale or the threshold for the items that we would be notified about? Like you mentioned, okay, mowing is obviously, that's not a major federal action, or it's excluded from the NEPA process. What is the size or the scope or the scale of projects where we would be expected to provide input? That might be helpful for us. And then also how it's delivered to us. I don't know if we have input on that. You mentioned that it could be like a notification with a link could be emailed to us, and then maybe a copy of the PDF of the actual proposal. But I'm just curious if there are things that by our backgrounds or expertise or whatever we might have particular interest in or want to weigh in on, if we know the topic or the category, if it's in some way displayed to us or conveyed to us, in a way that we might be able to give meaningful input, that might be helpful.
Very good, yes, and so specifically, we've been talking a lot about the forest management and harvest plan. Well, I'll stay on that for a second, is there are, say, categorical exclusions to, say, detailed environmental analysis. We have some authorities for those that involve harvest. And then a lot of time, and there's some size limits on them depending on the one that you use. And I can't quote them off the top of my head right now, and they've changed over the years. But we can get that information to you, what those categorical exclusions are that involve, say, forest management, harvest. Those would still involve public involvement and an update on that schedule of proposed actions list. And there's ones that don't fall within those categories, that there be at least an environmental analysis done on those. And that's maybe what you're maybe used to seeing is the environmental assessments, environmental analyses. And then like with the forest plan, you saw would be an environmental impact statement. So if we were to propose a thinning, that would be something that the public would be notified about. And early on, we may not know until we do the scoping if any extraordinary circumstances exist, or whether or not we use a category of exclusion or do an environmental analysis. The purpose of the environmental analysis is, one, to do the analysis and disclose the effects, but it's also a way to see if an environmental impact statement is needed or not. And part of that would be a finding of no significant impact that the decision maker would sign. So for the question around the timber harvest, everything would be before the public, whether it's a category exclusion or environmental analysis, regardless of the size of the timber harvest. So the salvage work that was done, there's some notification, some analysis that was done, and a decision was made. For thinning or anything, taking down a hazard tree in a rec area by a chainsaw, that's just, we're just going to cut down the hazard tree. Selling trees inside a recreation area, that would go through public involvement. So anything involving this harvest plan would involve the board and involve the public. Does that answer your question?
It does, and I apologize if the way I stated my point or question conflated the categorical exclusion versus categories or topics for different kinds of actions or proposals. So I was thinking, like, if we have folks here that may be more keyed into, may be interested, we're all interested in all these things and trying to be of help to the service and to LBL and the community. But if there are things that, for example, John would be very interested in the wildlife components, several others of you, I would be from that angle, as well as public involvement. And so things that came through as notifications to us on the board as a proposal dealing with wildlife or dealing with public involvement, I would specifically, those would catch my attention and I would want to focus on. I guess my point was just if there was some way to categorize those or bring them to our attention as to the focus of them, and it may be clear, intuitive in the title or in the way it's sent to us by email or by the link or the way it's shown on your website as a proposal. But sorry if I conflated the categorical exclusion with the idea of a category for different types of projects.
No, not at all. That's perfect. If there's any other hands. So really, the bottom line is for the advice for this board, overall, we really want to make sure, I want to make sure that you get the information that you need when you need it in a format that's helpful to you to then give us advice for all the responsibilities 1 through 5. One, One of the annual plans is the annual recreation environmental education areas. The annual forest management harvest plan, and also the land between the lake management plan. So we, again, want to work with you on getting that information to you in a format that's useful. And then be willing to do that irritably too, whatever we say, hey, our best foot forward this first time, when you get it, say, at the time, this is what we thought we needed, but now that we see it, we'd like another format that we'll keep learning and working with you to make sure we continue to refine the information so it's a useful format and we can present it in a way that can give us advice. Yes, sir.
Speaking of format, I'd asked this question earlier, but we're supposed to be refilled here at the board meeting. What is the replacement for base camp and online communication between the board and the staff at Land Between the Lakes? I was told one was vetted and would be in place.
Yeah, Carla.
So, Bill, thanks for the question. We established that we'll be using Box, internally known as Pinion. So it's a file sharing in the cloud website that you all can share resources with, and we can upload documents with to collaborate on. So in your packet, there's an instruction sheet as to how to create a free Box account. So you'll want to follow those steps, and then we will send you an invitation to that external file in Box, where you can upload documents, and we can put documents in there for collaboration, and you can make subfolders. So we have certain security criteria that we have to meet, and we looked into several systems, and the key here was our guinea pig thank you scheme on exploring a secure collaborative platform. So we looked at SharePoint and Microsoft 365, and it required a lot of steps, and Steve can probably agree with me on that it did not seem to be a practical option. We did exhaust that option as much as we could. We ran that rabbit down. But the alternative is called Pinion or Box, and it's a secure collaborative file storage platform. So when you get home after the meeting, you can set up an account, and there's a how-to sheet in there. If you need any help at all, please reach out to Christine, and I can help you in any way that I can. I'll help you set that up, and then we'll send an invitation to that folder in Box. So then when you click on that, it'll take you right into that file sharing system. So the first step is to set up an account, and then we'll send you the invitation to that email that you set your account up with. So make sure you use the email that Christine uses to communicate with you for the advisory board.
Well, it's a format that will give us file sharing, but what about as far as the online collaboration? Because it will help you as well as us if we can see how you answered other board members' questions.
Mm-hmm.
And have that conversation where everybody sees those questions answered, and then you don't have to answer the same question for 14 people.
So that's why we identified this, because it is a secure platform, and whatever materials we put in there can be seen by the other members, and then also if needed by the public. So there were different needs that we had to meet that met those requirements. We could also explore Teams for meetings if we did subcommittees and wanted to meet using that platform. But as far as the actual file sharing, we needed to go with the secure system, so we had to use Box. So we could explore using Teams for if we wanted to have subcommittee meetings or audio or meet in person, but the documents would need to be housed in that folder.
Subsection G talks about meetings biannually starting twice a year.
Yeah, if we want to move on from the 5.
No, you don't have to. I'm just going back to that. Can there be special call meetings available? If there's issues that deem appropriate.
Yeah, the language now is where it had biannually before. And I guess that's confusing, because biannual, you mean twice a year, does it mean every other year? So that's cleared up.
Twice a year.
The advisory board shall meet at least twice each year. So if we wanted to meet more frequently,
That's a question. Is it feasible? Okay.
if feasible, well, it depends on your schedules.
Right.
I'm a public servant, so I'm here working for you.
We'll give you a raise.
And, but yeah, if the board would like to meet more frequently, we can do that. Because it's at least twice a year. Now, we'd have to do the notifications in the Federal Register and all the official things we have to do under FACA for that, for sure. We can't just say, let's get together tomorrow. We have to do the notifications and all the things we have to do, but we can. And say, under this new law, that might be one thing to consider is to get some things rolling. Would we want to, meet more frequently? Work on some of these things until we didn't need to meet more frequently. So that's something for you to think about.
Rick, you also mentioned possibility of subgroups, possibly meeting on some of the topics, and it might be another possibility of ways to meet more frequently on just certain issues that are of interest to part of the board, if not everybody.
Right, that's subcommittees is an option. We talked some about that last time. And to work on some of these things, we could have subcommittees. There is some official things we have to do under FACO for a subcommittee. We still have to get them sent. Couple hoops we have to jump through. Probably not as many as to convene the whole board, but there are some things we have to do under FACA to have subcommittees, but it is a possibility, and it can be something useful to continue work on these items as we work through, say, these now 5 responsibilities of the board.
One more question along the lines of meetings. It would be very important. Okay, when Christine is setting up the meeting, calling meeting, can we always be assured that the press is invited? Katie's, the local press, Katie's Record, WKDZ, WPST, or whoever, I don't know who the paper is in Lyon County. But can we always be assured that they will be invited? Notified.
I'm looking at public affairs.
Well, the requirement is for us to put it in the Federal Register notice. And we put a link on our website on the homepage and on the mobile desktop versions. And we can put it, include it in mailings that go out to the public and the media. And, how far out to send it, so people are aware and prepared. But not that so far out that they forget about it. So that's something that we can include. It's also on our event calendar on the website. So we can include that in our monthly mailing and put a link to that, and which is sent to the general public and the media. And then, of course, all of you and who you represent, please share with your audiences and pass the word about the advisory board as well. But that's another avenue we can use to share the meeting.
That's some pieces of this are in the next section of the revised updated new law. The chairperson, through placement of notices in local news media. And then what was added is on a public website of the Department of Agriculture and by other appropriate means shall give 2 weeks public notice of each meeting of the advisory board. The next change is to add that the secretary shall publish the minutes of each meeting of the advisory board on a public website of the Department of Agriculture. Then the next section gets on some changes in fees. But before we leave the board, there's something I want to mention and give you an update on. USDA folks that are over FACA had done an audit and contacted and said, we had members that had seceded themselves. And the first communication we had from them was that members needed to come off the board. So I pushed back, we pushed back and said, you're gonna have to give us something in writing on this, on letterhead. And we want you to make sure, is there any way that this can be approved? Because we had, when we sent in this last charter, we asked for extensions for many people because the 2015 charter, people only really served for 2 years of their 5 years, and there's this gap between that people didn't serve. So one, I asked for something official, and two, I asked the person, go back and we need to make sure, is there any way that these extensions can be approved? And I've not heard back from the person. And it's been about a month and a half since I last asked those questions. I asked them repeatedly. So I wanted to let you know that that question was raised and what we were doing to work through that. And so hopefully we'll get that cleared up. And hopefully, I think, is the extensions will be approved and we can move on. If not, we'll be doing notifications to you and the appointing officials as well to work through that. But even if I get official documentation today, I'm still gonna pursue that pushback. I gotta get this official documentation on letterhead to our regional forester saying this has to happen. Still gonna take that and run that up through our Washington office and say, you need to make sure that there's no one who can approve this under FACA. Well, that's news, but I wanted to share that news with you so you're fully aware on the board of that question was raised, and we weren't looking for it. But that's what I'm doing to help clear up that question that was raised.
Rick, I have a question along that line. Were all the board members appointed at the same time? Are we all on the same 5-year appointment cycle? And I realize I might be removed as the governor, appointee of the governor. But are we all in the same cycle?
Yeah, make sure I get this right. It's because the appointments coincide with the charter, correct?
No, not necessarily. There's as you look around, there's a lot of new folks on the board. Actually, the majority of folks are new and they are mostly on the same cycle, but there's certain individuals, as you said.
Oh, that's extended.
That extended, so there is a little bit of a difference.
That's right. Otherwise it'd all be on the same.
That's what I was going
to charter.
Caution again, that if there's not extensions granted, you could end up with all new faces essentially at the same time or in a short window of time.
Yeah.
And you lose some of that historical perspective and longitudinal experience that you have on this advisory board with, certainly I'm new to the board, but I think there's value in having that experience long term.
Oh, definitely.
So I hope that you can push back successfully on that. And as the charter is revisited, I would even encourage to where the non-consecutive language could be reconsidered. I think there is value in having some long-term commitment for individuals on this board.
Yeah, well, the non-consecutive language, I guess, was reconsidered to some extent because it has may serve multiple terms, but not serve consecutive terms. So that was just updated. Yes, sir.
I can unfortunately shed some light on this entire situation. There are a couple of us board members that have been here a while. I've been on the board since 2011, I believe. And what it precipitated after my second appointment was a review of the applicable regulations as far as board members, succession and everything, to the extent that a lawyer was brought in from DC to settle the situation. And of course, they started out by quoting this one regulation. One regulation says, well, you can't succeed yourself. Okay. But as with anything in the government, there are also other regulations that come into play. And so as the meeting progressed, I sat here and tabbed the other regulations and talked about board succession. The other regulations that apply do not state it the same way. And what I raised to their lawyer that came in to dismiss me from the board was that, so if there is a break-in service of, say, a month, and I go from being Secretary of Agriculture to being appointed by the judge executive, and now there is a break-in service, do I meet the requirements? Well, yes. What if that break-in service is a week? Do I still meet the federal regulations? And do I meet the requirements? Well, yes. So what if that break-in service is one day after I come off the board and you have a calendar day? Do I meet the federal requirements? And the lawyer had to acknowledge, much to the area supervisor's discontent, that I met the requirement of federal regulations, which is why some of this has been changed to precipitate that is clear in the future and that we would not serve consecutively on the board. I will tell you that the three appointing authorities, Trigg, Lyon, and Stewart County, were adamantly opposed to any changes to their appointment authority, who they wanted to represent their counties on this board. Their oppositions were mostly ignored, which is what also precipitated there being a change in the law, because the staff here was not receptive to what appointing authorities wished and did not wish to have their appointing authority curtailed. There is value to having people that know historical significance of what this board has done in the past, the challenges it's faced, and how we approach and resolve some of those challenges. Everything has turned over. The staff here has turned over regularly since I've been on this board. Historical perspective helps. So know that this is not a topic that was likely changed. There's still some issues with it within the public and the appointing authorities. The other piece of that, and that has not been resolved, the chart. When Ms. Tilley came on board here long before the entire thing blew up in 2015 with a new Secretary of Agriculture that refused to sign charters, she had reviewed the Land Between the Lakes Protection Act of 1998 and determined on her own, and then discussed with the Forest Service, that a charter would not technically be required to be renewed. We must meet twice a year by federal law. So the board cannot, and it even states in here, the board cannot be suspended. Yet we just experienced a 5-year gap where this board did not meet. That issue is not dead simply because the charter now got renewed. Because we're one election away from some other political appointee saying, well, I just don't think advisory boards are worth the money. And that needs to be clarified, because Ms. Tilley's answer from the lawyers at the Forest Service was, well, yeah, we see what you're saying, and no, you don't need a charter, but that's the way we've always did it, and everybody else has a charter, so just keep doing the charter. And then that became the excuse why we could not meet, because we did not have a valid charter in violation of federal law. So the idea of this board requiring a charter to meet as required by federal law is not a dead issue to me.
So do you have a feeling as to when the charter will be amended? What feel?
Well, yeah, we gotta amend the charter. It has to go up through the Department of Agriculture, then, it's around 6 months after the package is submitted to the committee management office, which is in Department of Agriculture. So hopefully it's not a 6 months period, but that's what we're told to expect to get it through that office within the Department of Agriculture. Ready to go to fees? Section 523. The 523, the authority may charge reasonable fees. Now is staff shall charge reasonable fees in consultation with the advisory board and consistent with the Federal Lands Recreation Enhancement Act. So this one we've been working through because of the Federal Lands Recreation Enhancement Act defines what categories of fees can be charged, when they can be charged. So we've had folks doing a crosswalk in the fees that are charged here to determine what category and where they come under the Recreation Enhancement Act. Sounds like most things do cross over. There's some question about a couple of the fees here for the, I keep forgetting the name of it. It's the General Forest Camping permit.
At one time, it was referred to as dispersed camping
Dispersed
permit.
camping.
I'm not sure what the
Yeah.
name they give it now.
Because basic concept of the Recreation Enhancement Act is that there's amenities with those fees, or they fit a special category. So a standard amenity fee for a day use area, there's amenity, there's things that are there, there's a list of choices. It can be, like 3 of these 5 things is that kind of thing. So is there a picnic table? Is there a sign? Is there a bathroom facility? Is it regularly patrolled? And then there's 1 or 2 others. And it's, it has to have, say 3 of these things. Then there's a fee for campgrounds. And there's a category for that. And then there's a category for special things like ATV trails or HV trails. So it sounds like, one thing they're working through is the people, there's a fee to get inside the elk and bison range. And that funding is used to on that range. So the question, like, where does that come under Recreation Enhancement Act? And I think they've worked that out, but they're crosswalking all of those items on there to make sure, we know where we're at, we know what we're doing with the Recreation Enhancement Act. Let's see if I'm missing any of my notes on that one. And then also with the Recreation Enhancement Act, the set fees to make new fees. The Recreation Enhancement Act requires an advisory committee, a RAC. And right away we asked, and especially because of the language in here, could this board serve as the RAC, the Recreation Advisory Committee? The Recreation or Resource, I always forget the R. Resource Advisory Committee. And the answer sounds like it's going to be a yes, that this board could serve as the Resource Advisory Committee under the Recreation Enhancement Act to help set fees. Otherwise, we've done it as like a regional Resource Advisory Committee, to where, the market study, all the information is sent to that Recreation Advisory Committee, and then new fees can be set. So hopefully that's good news. If not, maybe a little bit more work for this board is to be able to help us set the fees and not have us go through another entity of the Recreation Advisory Committee. We want to I've been told that, and again, I like seeing things and double checking things. But that sounds like where we're headed is that we, this board, could serve as the Resource Advisory Committee under the Recreation Enhancement Act to set the fees here on LBL. To do that, I think we would have to include it in the charter. Any questions about that? The next section, 524, disposition of receipts. Part B got stricken, and a new B there was a new B, and then a C was added. And the use of disposition of receipts, what's been added is amounts in the Land Between the Lakes Management Fund shall be available to the Secretary until expended without further appropriation for construction, improvement, or maintenance in the recreation area. The restriction of the funding is except as provided in subsection B, that's the one I just read. Amounts in the Land Between the Lakes Management Fund shall not be used for management of the recreation area, including salaries and expenses. And so, one thing we did here at LBL is back in February, the people been charging during the fiscal year to codes. We went and backed out all the charges to the LBL fund of salary. Back them back out of the LBL fund. See the date that the law was passed.
Salaries from here forward are paid out of the region.
Yeah, we have a salary and expense fund.
What about patrols? Also region? They're
Law enforcement
law enforcement.
has their own salary and expense fund.
So when we get to the point of discussing your budget, your appropriation for the coming year, then those monies for law enforcement will be outside that part of the appropriation. Correct.
Yeah, they're totally outside of the regional funding as well. They're funding directly out of the Washington office, so we don't even see their stuff.
So we got to a point last year, the year before last, where they were down to 1 or 2 patrols or something, which is part of the controversy that led to a lot of this piece of it. So Washington was cutting the patrol budget. The monies will not come from Washington. Just point of curiosity.
Yeah, back in like 1994, law enforcement was pulled out as its own line of supervision, to where before the area supervisor would supervise the law enforcement officer, but way back in 1994, law enforcement pulled out a separate line. So the patrol captain is supervised by a law enforcement officer, who supervises the law enforcement officer up to the agent in charge in the director in Washington, D.C. So law enforcement is supervised by law enforcement straight down the line.
But funding for it,
It's through law enforcement.
when it was drastically cut, I guess, came through some decision in Washington.
I'm not sure where the decision would have been made, and some of it was turnover. And then, well, ever since whenever law enforcement went in a separate line, there's always an issue with funding, and they tried to correct that. And then I think 4 or 5 years ago, each region law enforcement officers had to come up with a plan of where the officers would be and how they would replace them. Because funding's always been an issue with law enforcement, for the last 30 years.
So does this help your law enforcement budget? Does this act help your law enforcement budget at all? Or is that still dependent on Washington?
I'll follow up on that question, but at first blush, I don't think so, because unless they were funded out of LBL fund for certain things, but they weren't, were they?
They were not.
No. So, but salary and expenses, and that was something new for all of us just a couple of years ago, that we were always funded out of project. And a couple of years ago, we got the salary and expense fund where salaries is a separate code. We're not funded out of project anymore. So, immediate response to your question is I'd have to noodle on that a little bit. I don't see how this connects with law enforcement. Okay.
Brief background why this is important to the local counties. As of, I believe it was last year, the Land Between the Lakes had reduced law enforcement down to, I believe, one full-time and one part-time person. And that matters, one, to the safety of people coming to visit. But two, it was putting an additional strain on the law enforcement budgets of the three counties that still have or were required to provide coverage over here. Like my county, Trent County, 1/3 of our counties inside Land Between the Lakes. Now, we're not receiving tax funds from Land Between the Lakes, but we have to keep sending ambulances over here because every time there's an accident, we still have to keep sending law enforcement over here because there's an incident at a campground at night. So that's why this came to kind of a loggerhead sometime in the last year, because the constant reductions of law enforcement within LBL was creating stress on the counties surrounding LBL.
And I think too, Daniel, when you were here before, there were some additional agreements done with the counties as well, where we could help fund some additional law enforcement from the counties as well. Yeah. And I'll get to some of that later with the MOU section in the law. And there's, I'm trying to read this. I have a question. For, say, direct work, if an employee is doing construction, or is that construction improvement or maintenance of the rec area? So there's a recreation technician out there doing direct work. That excluded from LBL fund, management fund. I'm trying to read through the legalese is shall be available secretary for construction improvement and maintenance in the recreation area. And the next one says, except for provided in section D, it can't be used for salary. So is management of the recreation area indirect cost by management, where if there's a recreation technician out there with a hammer and a nail doing construction, would they be able to charge LBL fund? And that's something I didn't know. Good question. One accepts the other. So we'll think about that. Because we execute the laws that have been passed and we want to get it right. We don't want to mess around with any of this and we want to get it right. So that's a question I've got for us to make sure we have that correct, but I wanted to make sure you had that question as well, because we don't want to do anything that isn't the right way to do it. And so I think the next section of 525 special use authorizations, there are no changes to. Section 526, cooperative authorities and gifts, there's some changes at the end. And that dealt with those agreements, the memorandums of understanding. The memorandums of understanding, this was added. So memorandum of understanding, the secretary may, for purposes of carrying out this act, enter into memoranda of understanding with state or local government entities, including law enforcement, as appropriate, clarify jurisdictional matters such as road management, policing, and other functions that are typically performed by the entity on non-federal land, and make available on a public website of the Department of Agriculture any memorandum of understanding entered into under paragraph 1. So folks are working on there's a lot of memorandums of understanding. There's national ones, there's ones that are just here. So we're working on getting those on our website. And we also work with law enforcement as well. And, because I don't know, but there may be things that have to be somewhat redacted or something like that. So we work with law enforcement.
So if the counties are sending patrols here through an MOA, there is a vehicle to be reimbursed with that budget, which I guess we're saying, right?
Well, yeah, a memorandum of understanding, an agreement or understanding is an umbrella. And they don't convey money. They don't receive or convey money. But there's, a lot of times there might be a parent memorandum of understanding. And then there's cooperative agreements or other agreements that can exist under that. You can also do those other agreements and not have to have a memorandum of understanding as well. Does that make sense? An MOU doesn't have, it doesn't convey or collect money. But there's depending on the entity and what you're doing with it, there's about five or six different types of agreements you could use for different things. Like there's one for publications, there's one for education, but a lot of times what we're using is a cooperative agreement with county law enforcement. And then we can convey money through that to pay for additional patrols.
Back to the county.
Yes, yes. And that's what we've had those in different places. I don't know how long they've done them here, but that's what I mentioned earlier when I asked Daniel the question, is that there was work done to get some more agreements or some more amounts in those agreements with the counties a couple of years ago when some of the controversy happened about the number of law enforcement over here. Moving down to section 528, cemeteries. There's an addition of in general added to paragraph A, but then all of paragraph B was added. And this is when I mentioned earlier, the definition of a qualified resident. This is where that definition comes up. One of the places it comes up down here in section 528. Land for plots for qualified residents or relatives. 1, requests. The secretary on request from a qualified resident or relative or a cemetery association shall grant additional land for minor expansion of existing cemeteries within the recreation area to the extent necessary to allow for the burial of qualified residents or relatives. 2, expenses. Any expense required to move border fences or markers due to an expansion under paragraph 1 shall be the responsibility of the person making a request under that paragraph. And some of what we're doing with that are the archaeologist position. We're hiring a position here that was vacant. We're meeting today, talk about it. See. Looking to see if there's any steps that we're working on this. There's just some clarification on that. And then one thing we want to do is work on, say, appropriate surveys to get an idea. There's well over 200 cemeteries. So making sure we've got a good inventory and we can process these, work with these requests as they come in.
Just as an important, very important aside. We talked about red tape prior to the meeting. It would be good. I spent 4 years in relatively high positions, as we talked about earlier, in state government. Red tape, you wake up in the morning wrapped up in red tape, and then you finally get the red tape off and somebody wraps it back around. So if some cemetery requests a slight extension, how much red tape or how much can we get rid of to get those kinds of things approved really, really quickly, because it doesn't involve any federal funds at all. It just, is it easy? Do you think it's gonna be easy, or a whole lot of lawyers from Washington and
I don't think-
Atlanta?
Hopefully not. Well, any ground disturbing activity we do, there's certain things that have to kick in. At a minimum, we have heritage work to do, and at a minimum, we've got, work to do as far as biological evaluation. Because we're accountable both to the State Historic Preservation Office, any identified and interested tribes. And then we're also accountable to the Fish and Wildlife Service. So at a minimum, whenever we do certain activities, we've got to coordinate a biological assessment and conduct some level of heritage survey. What we would like to do is pursue doing an overall programmatic environmental assessment, where we can do some level of analysis so we know where there's, say, areas that have already been surveyed, areas that need survey, that we can start to work on a strategy on that. So when requests come in, we can move quicker. We'll do those programmatic level analyses a lot of times for different things. One, storms, invasive species, things like that, that we've already kind of analyzed where are some critical areas, where are those important areas, where do we have information, where do we need information? And that way we can move more quickly, get some of that red tape out of the way. May not be all of it, depending on the location. Because if a location is, say, a higher probability for a Native American site, we'll have a lot to work through. If it's not a high probability for that, there won't be as much to work through. It's been previously disturbed, so a lot depends on the context of the area and what we're dealing with. And that's an overall question, like that's a, like anywhere question and answer to the question. But yeah, what we'd like to do is work on that to move some level of analysis so we can move quickly.
So is there a survey for the cemetery now, or is that something that needs to be done?
Pardon me?
Put the area around it.
Huh?
It'd be whatever area around the cemetery, whether or not it's been surveyed. If there's an expansion, is that's what we want to see, is what's been surveyed and what hasn't around those cemeteries.
Okay.
To determine the level
So we don't know that today. That's something we'll have to learn.
of, right.
I've been here 2 days, so I'm trying to figure everything out. But I can do some checking. I know.
That's something we'd like to pursue, because
But I
definitely
think you
those
see
things
that's
come
a
up at the
sensitive
time.
thing.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
let's not make a fiasco out of something. It's
Oh,
relatively
no.
simple.
So is that stating that it's the Secretary of Agriculture, or is it gonna be Secretary of Forestry? Who's gonna be the approving authority for an expansion?
Whenever it says Secretary of Agriculture in any of these laws, the authorities are delegated down to through the line officers, to the chief regional forester, the area manager, and in other places we have ranger districts. So depending on the types of actions. So these types of actions, in the Secretary of Agriculture, those authorities are delegated down to the area supervisor.
Okay. All right, so then I guess what we need is a formal path of somebody's done the research on all the different regulations, so when you're approached, we already know what the legal requirements are, and there's a path forward. You can hand that family representative for the cemetery, here's your checklist, here's the people you need to talk to, here's the forms we need, and then they actually walk the site with one of your representatives and say, we're looking at moving the west fence 10 yards. And then say, well, it might be better and there would be less hurdles if we moved, say, the north fence 10 yards instead, because moving the west fence, you're going to encounter this and there's going to be a higher hurdles to clear.
Yeah, that could be a scenario, sure.
But yeah, having a list of here's how we get from the initial request to an approval. I mean, that's something that needs to be done ahead of time.
Yeah, one of the things we're always have to deal with is there's a site specificity requirement for the proposed actions and then the analysis and environmental assessment. So what we will do, what we call a programmatic is we'll disclose the effects that we disclose based on the information that we have. And then normally there's a protocol to follow. It might be a checklist for the specialists. So then when there is a proposal, they can go out and they can do that more site-specific analysis at the time when we know exactly what the proposal is. So let's say at a minimum, the biologist would say, yeah, there's no threatened and endangered species here. And archaeologists would go check the area out, check the records, do their work and clear it. And then you would not have to say, well, this is a ground disturbing activity. It's not covered by the category exclusion. We don't have to do an environmental assessment at that time for every time we want to expand a cemetery. We can, if we had a programmatic, can set up a process for us to have the specialists do their compliance work they have to do in more time. So yeah, so that outcome you described could be an outcome from that.
Do you guys get a lot of requests from
I
the
have
public?
no idea how many requests have been processed here to change a boundary in the last 5 years, but
Let me give you,
I'm just asking, due to the nature of all the overlapping regulations, you can't wait till the family's coming on your doorstep saying, we're out of space and we have a burial coming up. I mean,
Definitely.
because it could be a year, 18-month process to expand a cemetery. And that's not gonna be timely, especially if you're trying to figure it out as you go. Whereas if you have a staff that's dedicated to field that coordination, they can do that research in advance and have a checklist and be prepared to receive that request.
Well, certainly. I'm Chris Bomack, I'm the archaeologist and area program manager. And since I've been here in 2015, we only ever had one request to move a boundary or a boundary dispute. And that was a long-standing dispute between the federal government and the family, portion of the family of that particular cemetery. And in the end, after years of deliberation, Land or the Forest Service agreed, okay, this will now be the new boundary of that cemetery. Other than that, no one's ever come to us with a request to expand the boundary that I know of. But as time marches forward, our major cemeteries where people, the former residents are allowed to bury at will, and we try and keep an open process on that. They work with the local funeral homes to make that happen. When a person passes away, they don't come to me and say, how do I bury there? They work for local funeral homes to bury in their cemeteries. At some point, those cemeteries will become filled and we can expand the boundaries. And I like where you're going with this. Let's get the process in place ahead of time. So as we get to those limits, we have the expansion already to make sure that nobody's, oftentimes like with our roads, this person passes away, we need to jump on these roads immediately to make sure they have access to their cemeteries for the burial that day. And we can do that because we have a process in place that makes sure that the road can be graded to get people to the cemetery. We haven't had that process in place yet for cemetery expansion. But now that it's in the legislation, we can develop that. And I think that will be easy to upfront. If we know ahead of time that the cemetery will need to be expanded in the next few years, the next decade, we can get that process in place to make sure that happens quickly.
good. Now, that incident you're talking about though ended up pretty badly, didn't it?
Yeah.
Really badly. The guy ended up in jail. His mother buried next to the family that infringed on Forest Service grant. He ended up being put in jail. Had a trial. Some of the folks here had to go testify. So it's not anything to play with lightly because he didn't have the wherewithal to go look up federal regulations and so forth. He wanted to bury his mother next to his family. And it just happened to cross the Forest Service property. And that ended up very, very badly, that situation.
We got a little bit more to cover on this. We've gone to time.
Is there a listing of all these cemeteries? Because I have heard that they were African American cemeteries, but the families have long gone, so nobody can act on their behalf.
There's over 270 that we know of. And Chris, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll actually discuss African American cemeteries later today.
And I've got a little bit more to cover, but it would be a good time to take a break because
Yeah, we're just gonna take about a 15-minute break. As we know, there's bathrooms just outside both ways, but we're gonna pull back the slider a little bit, so there's some coffee and water in the back, like, take that. So, I can't read that.
Yeah, I'll get it for you. Okay. Bring it up.
Oh, man. Come on, son. I didn't know what was gonna be said. But that was fun. I know. Yes. Yes. But that was actually. It's not divided by county.
Yeah.
They're not. Lots of work. No, it's time. And they.
I'm 6'2".
What we said, big St. Mary's, when your water tower gets in, we explain that. It's three locations, 7 grand. Yeah. The 6 ago, yes. Only list the ones that it breaks. I said, I think.
It doesn't bother me at all.
Grace and Grace place in there too. This one.
It's on Lakeside River.
Yeah, it is. That's an old years.
My sister, my younger sister. Great. And that.
Takes long medication. Justice. Fights, personnel. Fishing is a regular. If I'm from girl, no, you don't want it. Don't look, okay, go. Okay. What am I calling that? He's good though. Yeah.
Format, yeah.
People are sending questions.
Scott, that's still on detail.
Hold on, buddy, sorry, we're gonna get started again. Get everybody get back into their seats and we'll get going again.
Last year, but I'm gonna.
Excuse me, everybody, we're gonna get started again for about an hour.
Thank you.
I haven't had a chance to.
Welcome back, everybody. I apologize. I think a little bit more time on the agenda than was planned. And just kind of where we left off before the break, the idea is like, one of the things we're considering is something like a programmatic EA for the cemeteries. The next section that was added is in the same, well, it's in the next section 529, resource management. C was added, and it's historical resources. And the secretary shall identify and manage the historical resources of the recreation area in accordance with the requirements of, as it's referenced in the U.S. Code, but what's known as the National Historic Preservation Act. And again, the qualified residents in consultation with qualified residents. The secretary shall give consideration to request by qualified residents or relatives to use and maintain traditional sites, buildings, cemeteries, and other areas of cultural importance in the recreation area. So that was added, and that's, I said there's two places where the qualified residents would appear later in the law, and so the cemeteries and historical resources is where the qualified residents are mentioned in the law.
Yes, a bunch, probably both. There's some folks here that restored a church called St. Stephen's. It was in ruins. And in Lyon County, TBA just forgot to bulldoze. It was coming back on a ridge. And folks here, Johnny and Della and David, maybe some others, many that work to restore that church, and it is one of the most beautiful sites on the planet Earth. It's set on a little ridge with an old German cemetery out to the side. It stays open all the time. No one in how long has it been, Della? 10 years?
Oh, gosh, been longer.
No longer?
Yeah.
No one has bothered it. It stays open. There's money in the, there's money in the pot. No one's stolen any of the money yet in the pot. So, but it's an example of restoration of a historic site in LBL. This turned out to be the benchmark. And I had nothing to do with it. I'm just telling you what they did. But it wasn't easy. They would get started. Somebody would go run them off from the Forest Service.
No, correction.
Okay.
Threatened to run us off. They
Threatened to run us off, the state apparently. But
Threatened
then,
to arrest us.
and then it would all be good, then it would all be bad, then it'd all be good. Finally, they got it done. This is the bottom line. They got it finished. So under this act is really, really, really important part of this, in that, for example, in the spirit of the act, the spirit is to improve that, because I can't tell you how Jan just left. But I have conducted so many, I could have a business because I knew where all the buildings were, where's downtown Golden Pond, where's the Sunset Inn. People want all the time, take me over there sometime and show me how it used to be. And so I do it on a rare occasion. I especially know where some really secret whiskey stills are at, but I'm still keeping secret. I might have to let Chris know.
Yeah, operational.
No, they're not operational. They still got the axe marks in the barrels. But the point is that, I'll use another example. Cleo Griffin was the last human left here. Tennessee, Stewart County, Tennessee. Oh, there she is. His house still standing, but it's to the point of falling down. He was a hero, World War II hero. He had, they called it back then, well, he had post-traumatic stress disorder.
Shell shock.
Shell shock, what they called it. And the 101st Airborne Division would like to rebuild that house, and they have come in and done some work under duress, propped it up, put a fence around it. They would fund all of it. Everything we're talking about, somebody, the Forest Service doesn't fund any of this. They would come in, and there's, there could be grandpa's smokehouse, some places. It would be good to let the folks rebuild those at no expense, for example. I would like to put up, where my grandparents were, put up one of those little posts, I forget what you call them, but each church and school had a little post. For my grandparents lived.
Like one of the historical markers.
So a little small, there was a real small one that we used here. It's not,
It's a composite post with the name of the church or school on it. The white ones for the churches and the tan ones are for schools.
So what we need to know, I think, as a group is, we talked about this before we started. My experience in state government and my experience with federal government is that little things can take so much red tape that it gets completely discouraging. So if the 101st comes and wants to rebuild that building, again, at their expense, and make it a historic site, it would be best if it didn't take 14 years. Some things that we've done here have taken 14 years to get from beginning to end. The Golden Pond Overlook, the day that Harold Knight, Jim Wallace, and I picked that hill down there where the Golden Pond Overlook is, to the day we dedicated it was 14 years to get that done. So this is important. This is these are tourist attractions. People want to know what used to be here. And I guess my simple question though is, in the spirit of this bill, how can we not let this get out of control relative to red tapes? I would like to give all the authority to Chris Thornack. The 101st goes to Chris. Can we rebuild that building? Yes, go to it. Just don't ask for any money. So what will the process be? Because I've got letters from folks here who have requested the Bell City project. It gets hung up in NEPA and just, it got started and it got stopped. Historic buildings. And now 5 or 6 years down the road, 6 years, 7 years down the road, still not working on restoring those buildings at no cost to the Forest Service. So how in the world do we follow through on this act in the spirit of the spirit's correct? And it's good for everybody. How do we short circuit 14 years?
Yeah.
Oh, I told you the story about putting a roof on a state park lodge. It took 26 steps. And we were going to tear that all to pieces. We're going to get rid of red tape. 4 years later, we got it down to 26 steps. So we knocked out 2 steps out of the 28. So red tape is just all enveloping and choking. So that's it. How do we, when somebody comes to you, or what do? They go to Chris But what's the process for restoring a building? And then how do we not let it get out of control?
Good question. And well, one, for the folks that have worked on restoring the church or ring, thank you. Thank you for that. And, thank you for your patience.
I'd like to tell you something else about that too. We did an exercise with this committee at one time where they went out and went in different directions. They were assigned different areas to drive in and come back and give a report. The people that drove, they knew that St. Stephen's was there, but it's not marked intentionally. We asked that it never be marked because we don't want it to be used for commercial purposes. We want people to find it on their own and have a personal experience with it where they feel like they have an ownership of it. Not something that someone else prepared for them, but something they discovered. And that has worked really well.
The cemetery is on the map, but the church is not on the map.
The
Cemetery is on the church, but the church is
definitely
not.
mapped. It was always, but the church is not. And that was one of the things they came back and reported. They had trouble finding St. Stephen's. Well, that's intentional. That wasn't an oversight. So if that's ever brought up, you all know that that was done for a reason.
Excellent.
And the reason has served the church well. People that want to know it, find it, want to know about it, find it. And people that discover it on their own absolutely love it because it's a personal experience that they have.
Thank you. To answer your question, one is, there's probably a couple different ways to approach. One is, it's now part of the responsibility of this advisory board, because the annual work plan for education and heritage program was added. So some responsibility of this board to help advise on these things. And also as requests come in, yeah, hopefully something doesn't take 14 years.
They can.
The time doesn't outlast the long it take. To do work with the military, we've done that in different cases, and usually they have an agreement or we have an agreement that we'd enter into.
Well, it may not even be, it may just be individual soldiers.
Yeah.
It may not be with the military.
Well, we've done some things like training exercises, and they'll come in and help with things because there's folks, they need training, and we can provide a training opportunity depending on their skill needs and everything. So we've done, thanks for clarifying that. I thought you were talking about the 101st Airborne coming.
It would be
as
their,
an entity.
their troops.
Gotcha.
Honor them. Yes.
I got you.
And then there could be.
It could be with 101st also. It could be either way. Because there was an individual that was still in the military, was transitioning program here. He was involved in the last bit of work that was done with it.
And I'm just using that for an example too.
Gotcha. So, sometimes we just have to figure out which vehicle that we're operating under. You know, is it a volunteer agreement or is it a co-op agreement? You know, or is it a special use agreement? Because this has to give consideration. We still have, you know, a code of federal regulations that so there has to be a permit to construct and maintain on our national forest. So that's why we need some vehicle to do that. Some agreement, and then and there's some things to work through that, but that shouldn't take 14 years. Sometimes what may take a while is if we have to do any work with some of our entities that we have to get concurrence from. Sometimes that can add some time. So would we have to work through the State Historic Preservation Office? Would we have to do some other work before we did something? And I'll stop there and leave it to Chris and others to see if you wanted to fill in any gaps.
The Heritage Program, and I've been very blessed with my time here, the administrative and the lakes, because they realized eventually that working with all the residents and the local community on some of these area projects is a good bridge building opportunities. And so they've allowed me, for the most part, to work on projects like this. And I think sticking this legislation in there where our former resident groups and qualified residents should be consulted during any sort of heritage process, I think is really positive. And then putting the advisory board should also be commenting on this, I think is also really positive for my shop as it is. I don't know about other red tape linked to words. But I think highlighting these opportunities that we can do, stuff like the Cleo Griffin House, Bell City that are more urgent than maybe other heritage projects, I think is very positive, and we're willing to work with that. We can put these MOUs in place. I think that's what the Forest Service, in my experience, has been most concerned with in the past, is not allowing local community members to go out and start rehabbing buildings on their own. The Forest Service doesn't seem to like that. But if we have MOUs in place with sidebars saying, this is what you can do with these buildings. You can maintain those roofs, you can maintain the grounds around them and make minor adjustments, provided that the SHPO agrees. Those are all very positive opportunities. St. Stephen's is obviously the jewel, how things could turn out if you do them correctly. And we can make that process work a whole lot more smoothly than it has worked in the past, I think. Definitely with this new legislation in place. Yes.
So Chris, the St. Stephen's, what tool did you use to get folks in? Was it a volunteer agreement or was it an MOU?
There was a group of cemetery cleaners that was very active at the time. We knew about the church and been concerned about it. We knew how much it was deteriorating. So we took it upon ourselves to dry it in and try to protect what was left of it. TVA was here at that time. That was in 1999. We got a letter from TVA that we were trespassing on government property and that we should desist and cease. We opted not to do that because of the red tape. We knew what we were doing was important. The building was getting close to collapse. We continued. TVA contacted us and threatened to send out, I don't know, I think that may have been the Forest Service that sent us a letter that said they would send out them, have us arrested. And we just contacted them, told them we were doing nothing wrong. We were going to go continue, but how many people they would need to bring to haul us in because there was going to be a great number upstairs that day. And we continued to work. They backed up, rethought the situation and said, we allow this and go ahead, we'll help you. We refused any help. There's nothing other than a couple of seals that they gave us out of an old building. A bar that was standing to use and replace seals that were bad underneath the church. But other than that, it was done with all our own labor, our own money, and with no help. We didn't want it, not because we didn't need it, but we preferred to do it that way. That's all I gotta say about that. But anyway, as far as working with the TVA or the Forest Service on a project, we started working with Forest Service on Bell City. We still haven't gotten very far. We're still having issues. A lot of that's our own problem because we had COVID, we had other things that came up, interfered with our volunteers, and our volunteers are getting older. That's something else. We're losing a lot of valuable information by stalling around and taking time to do these kind of things. Because the people who have the knowledge about these places and have the information that we need to make it really pertinent are leaving, dying.
Thank you. And with the new law and the opportunities we have for history, for the community, I think is phenomenal here. And not only having those things in place, but committed, compassionate, passionate people who want to see things happen. I think it's a wonderful opportunity.
So the question still remains though, let's say Ski is hypothetically in touch with the 101st and so forth. What's step one? What's step 1, 2, and 3?
Come with a proposal.
2.
Come with the proposal to me.
Okay, got it.
And then we will sit down, our staff will sit down and talk about it and how, take a look at it.
Okay. All right. Now, is everybody happy with that?
And so there's a designated, other than going directly to the area supervisor, is there any designated representative here that would be the point of contact, do the coordination, guide them through the legal hoops?
Yeah, so I think that would actually be a combination of Chris and I for a project like this. So I'm Shane Brady. I'm a new partnership coordinator here. With Forest Service at LBL. I've only been here just a little bit longer than Rhea, about 8 weeks. So take it easy on me. But yes, I am that point of contact for the procedural element of it. So coordinating with our grants and agreements folks. And Chris would be the heritage point of contact.
But I like that idea that you just proposed. Step
I'll
one,
vouch for Shane. Okay.
step one is go to Ray and then she will. I like that.
Yeah, because, you know, I can't do anything without these folks and I need to visit with them to see how we can make it happen, if we can make it happen. And like Rick said, we have legal things we have to go through. You know, any project on federal land, we have to evaluate somehow. And, you know, some of them may be really simple. And then, you know, Shane, he's gonna know the best mechanism to use, what tool to use, whether it's a volunteer agreement or, you know, memorandum of understanding. So, yeah, I can be, at least for the next 4 months, I can be your point of contact.
Has there been any other Forest Services done anything similar to this? You know, somewhere else that might help, you know, might be helpful to y'all to what they've done in the past or something, you know?
For the restoration projects.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that might be something you consider too. And there's also an app that, the Friends of LBL turned in for an apply for his grant last year. But app where, and I know Shawnee has it already, that you, on your phone or your tablet or whatever you got, it'll show you pictures and verbiage, whatever you'd be looking at wherever you're at in that location. And I know Shawnee's got that set up already, so.
A lot of battlefields have that, Civil War
Right.
battlefields where you move around on your phone and it
Shows you pictures and everything too, so that's another option to look at that too. That way you don't put as many signs and everything up, but you need to know where you're at, you know, so.
Very good.
Did you say there was a request made for that out?
Yeah, the Friends of LBL turned in a grant for that last year, got turned down.
Oh,
But, you know, it's not something that you can't do again or something. I don't know why it got turned down, but it did. I helped write on that one. So there's possibilities out there, but you know, I know Shawnee's got that set up already, so maybe that help how to get that done.
Thank you. Ready to go to the next section? We're skipping forward all the way to the end is the next change. For the very, 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 very end under funding, section 551. And there's a minor change because area was mentioned twice. And that was a change. And then use of funds was added. And this one, it's like, okay, buckle up, because it's gonna, starts out with an exception and refers back to another section, and it's got some other things in between. So, you ready? Except is provided in paragraph 2, which I'll get to next. The Secretary of Agriculture may expend amounts appropriated out of this title in a manner consistent with the authorities exercised by Tennessee Valley Authority before transfer to the recreation area to the administrative jurisdiction of the Secretary of Agriculture, including campground management and visitor services, paid advertisement, and procurement of food and supplies for resale purposes. Exception, the Secretary of Agriculture shall not use amounts appropriated to carry out this title for an activity described in section 524B. 524B, if you remember, was about the LBL fund being used for construction improvement or maintenance in the recreation area. Anybody here can help me know what this means? I would be tickled.
Well, the fees cannot be used, or said this, cannot be used for anything except heritage and deferred maintenance of facilities, correct? That's like 4.2 million per year. And you mentioned that up earlier, right? Or less. So this to me, is the kind of the history of this paragraph from a peripheral view was that you need $8 million a year here. Efficiently operate this at the level that it's at today. All this started 2 years ago when the Forest Service said they were going to shut down the home place, shut down the nature center, and it just caused, if you remember, all this HECAC. They only had $600,000 that year. So that started this pot boiling. A lot of press coverage of that. But as this bill progressed, the goal was to get the 8 million. That was perceived as the number that you needed to operate here, exclusive of the fees, exclusive of your salaries that were paid out of region. So when your budget comes out, it needs to be 8 million. But the senators involved could not agree to the $8 million. Senator Manchin wanted a $13 million top level. Can't spend more than 13. Well, nobody's asking. Nobody wants 13. And then some senators said, well, we want a bottom. And it just, so there was not, Senate was not able to zero in on the 8 million. So this wild language here supposed to mean that you're going to have enough money to keep all the current operations open. We shouldn't have to go through the fiasco of shutting down the home place or the nature center or the Wranglers camp. It's supposed to be enough money so you don't struggle and keep it open. I don't know where the TVA language came from, but I don't know the TVA didn't operate it just before they were broke. They didn't operate it maybe a higher level than it's at today. I don't know for sure because when did TVA shut down the what's the walkway out to the silo? The silo. Was that the TVA shut that down, or was that happen at the Forest Service?
TVA.
Okay, so
That was done because it was burned. The walkway was burned.
okay, so
And then
that
it
would be,
was replaced, repaired and everything, and we burned again.
Yeah.
So that was, that's the problem, but it could be replaced with a metal walk instead of a wooden walk like at that time too. That was one of the problems, that's why that happened.
but the language here says will operate at the level TVA was at when they left town. So that would be basically then about like we are today. So there should be funding. Was there anything open, I guess?
Well, there was a number of things that's been closed since, I believe, the TVA left.
Okay.
There was an education center that's over by, it's on the Barkley side.
Empire Farm.
Yeah, Empire Farm was,
Youth station,
study.
the youth center.
But the TVA shut it down.
Bobcat Point was a,
Forest Service shut it down.
well, now Bobcat Point used to be a scout camp. And that's been closed down since LBL, or since, TVA left because, there's still a lot of heartburn over how that was disposed of and closed. Because when we're talking about local partnerships, there were local partners that wanted to come in and rebuild and refresh that camp, so it continued to be used.
You talking about
And
adventure?
it was leveled over a weekend to ensure that local interests could not
The Forest
get
Service.
some kind of stoppage.
Forest Service do it or TVA?
No, Forest Service.
Forest Service did.
So, I mean, there's always been opportunities to partner with local entities to help maintain land between the lakes. It's whether or not those opportunities are seized or ignored becomes a question.
So,
And I think that's what they tried to codify in there.
right, so we're not at the TVA level right now that we're saying.
No.
But the intent, I think, was that you would stay at least at the level you're at today without threat of closing anything down.
There was also a round of campground closures about 7 years ago. There's 3 or 4 that were closed permanently. So we're nowhere near TVA.
So if you were to go strictly by this law here, you would need more than $8 million. You would need to reopen a bunch of stuff. But the goal of this whole thing was that you'd be able to maintain what you've got today or a couple years ago. That's strange language, right?
Yeah. I figured that was probably 2 AM.
Yeah.
They worked on it all night. So appropriated dollars, TDA level, non-salary, not LBL.
That's right.
Basically what it's.
That's right.
Thank you. I've read that a bunch of times and went back to the upper section and exception, like, what is it? It was the first time I read it. Does it say we can't use appropriated dollars? It was the first time I read it. That can't be. So I kept on reading it. Thank you.
Now, your funding was cut in 2010, was nearly $14 million. And it's down, it actually dropped to 600, roughly 600,000 at one point, a year or two ago, appropriated funds. But you were in all LBL, now it's a separate entity. So you have your own budget now. Whereas back in those days, prior to this, it was just thrown into a pile of other Forest Service stuff. You kind of got whatever was,
LBL was a line item on the budget for a while,
line item on the budget.
and then that changed.
That was probably a special appropriation back when they were doing earmarks, which was my guess.
I don't know about
When the
your
transfer happened, it was a line item
Yeah.
on the budget.
Yeah, it would have been an earmark, appropriated that way. But if it's a line item, then it would have been an appropriation language, which a lot of that stopped at, what, around 2004? There stopped being, Congress, those folks somewhere in there stopped doing line item earmarks, things like that.
Somewhere around 2013, 2014, if memory serves, this board actually spent a day going through the budget with Land Between the Lakes Management, because the board was being tasked to choose priorities, and that what they were being told from higher levels was that LBL needed to get to the point rapidly of being self-funded, self-financed, and completely able to maintain what it had with the fees and timber sales, whatever. And the board was being asked, after looking at the books, like, okay, what do you want to cut? What is a priority? Is it campgrounds? Is it hiking trails? And that was a very uncomfortable conversation that ultimately did not go anywhere. But we spent an entire day being educated on the budget, the different colors of money, and being told we've got to work LBL towards becoming self-funded and financially independent, which I don't think was ever going to happen because the fees would have got to the point that almost nobody could afford to come here.
Now this is supposed to fix that. I can tell you, we can tell you, Austin can tell you that Representative Comer is watching this budget very, very, very closely whenever that number comes out. So that you don't come under stress here to shut things down again. Like happened 2 years ago. That's the whole deal. Is that you not come under stress and have to reduce services here because of the impact on tourism, the impact on the image of the Forest Service. That was a bad deal when you made when the Forest Service made those announcements. A couple years ago, they're gonna shut everything over here. And then that raises the BTR specter, the 5,000 former residents that are on the Facebook page. It just caused a lot of turmoil. So when you see your budget, if it's not 8 million, we got a problem. Your appropriation should be 8 million, or we got a problem here.
Now, when the omnibus bill was passed, this is what was in there. There was no appropriation for LBL.
Was very disappointing. That's why this language says you will leave it like it is. You have enough money to keep it running like it is. That's what that means.
Thank you. that would conclude the reading of the new legislation. Thank you. Thank you, Travis. That's probably not the most exciting thing, but it's helpful.
Is it possible for you to merge these documents so that we now have a corrected, amended, updated copy where the new language is plugged into?
I did that on my own.
I was going to, but I thought maybe, I was hoping somebody here had already done that.
Phone calls and everything. But somebody would have to proofread this, because I did it a minute here, a minute there, because I, for me, being visual, I've got to see it all at once. So,
Because this is not,
This is not the US.
anybody that sat down and looked at this.
what I did was not the US code. I did this because I wanted to make sure I understood, because I'd seen it and trying to compare, and then I just put it all together. So if somebody wants to proofread my work, and we can call it draft or something like that, but it's because I know I had some typos in there, but I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. I went through it a couple times and I found some typos when I retyped some things in there. Sometimes I capitalized, sometimes I typed.
Can it be done like a document where you got the original, then you got a correction?
That's what I did.
Red or different color?
That's what I did.
Can that be done as a draft?
That's what I did, but the formatting's all goofy because it was a PDF. I had to turn it into a Word document, so everything got crazy. So it renumbered some things, even though I didn't renumber anything, and I had to fix it. So there's some things.
Sure, and would it be relevant to even know what the past that just the LBL Protection Act said? Because going forward, the merge document, once you put this in here, becomes the statute that we're operating on.
It already is, as of December 29th.
So I think we just need it merged with all the old language deleted. I wouldn't think that it would be relevant going forward, that if this was changed into this, we only need to know what we have to function under now.
Yeah, I did this for purposes of knowing what was new and what was old. But yeah, it is. It is December 29th. It is merged. And at some point in time, you know, something will be updated officially, and whoever does those things, you know, we're part of the government, will put those together.
Yeah, Brian, you go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to make the point that if you're mandated to maintain all the same amenities and services and facilities that you have currently, but there's no room for increase in budget over time, you know, your capacity is going to be you're going to be hamstrung. And so we deal with this with the state. We do. We're funded primarily by hunting and fishing license sales and boat registrations, and so we only do that every 5 to 7 years on average, and we try to maintain the same level of services. We're only doing fee increases every few years, and if you all, by comparison, don't have an increase in budget to compensate for increase in costs of doing business, whether that's, you know, concrete or services or insurance or whatever it might be, you're effectively losing ground. You're not capable of maintaining your current level of service. So that's a concern I would have as an advisory board member is, do you have the resources you need to be able to maintain the services you're mandated to do?
Yes, very good point. Yeah, and it's may expend amounts appropriated to carry out this title in a manner consistent with the authorities exercised by Tennessee Valley Authority before transfer.
So that seems to imply inflationary impact is okay in your budget. Because they don't define the budget. You gotta carry out the mission.
It's the things, not the amount.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
That's right. I mean,
And a side note to that is that when we did all that research with the budget, we were also presented with all the unfunded requests for repairs and maintenance to buildings and facilities here. That at that time, it was in the millions. I don't know if any of that amount has been knocked down and whether you guys have caught up. Or are we still backlog maintenance in the millions of dollars here?
I would guess backlog, because I haven't been anywhere in the government, it's not backlog with maintenance. National Park Service is in the range of 8 billion deferred maintenance. I think the Forest Service overall is tens of millions facility work. So the fees we talked about earlier should equate to around $4.2 million. That's not to be used as salaries. That's not part of the appropriation. So 8 million plus 4.2 million is 12, whatever million. The 4 million is to address, should be used to address some of these concerns about deferred maintenance and heritage.
Because without it, more facilities are gonna close simply because they're gonna become unsafe to operate. That's where we got with Empire Farms and some other places.
State parks that I dealt with had a $280 million deferred maintenance backlog. That's the state of Kentucky. Florida and Pennsylvania, because we had national meetings, they're over $1 billion. So people built all this stuff, went crazy and named stuff after their uncle and shot pistols up in the air and drank whiskey. Built all this stuff 60 years ago. And then now it's all falling apart. Nobody maintained it, as you well know, we all well know. Now here we are, with thousands of buildings. To me, this is not telling Forest Service to build anything new. Because you gotta fix what you got first. Or you put anything new up, but this is to maintain what you got. And the language kind of infers inflationary allocations till you put it in first.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, the Rushing Creek was the first big campground here. That was in Tennessee, right? Rushing Creek. God, money, what a great campground that was TVA built. They took my kids there. Had a beach and everything. And for some unknown reason, they went in and pulled those entire thing away. Right? Rushing Creek's gone. And we almost don't want you to have to do that. Camping though is so big now that it takes care of itself. But Forrest Gump says that's all I got to say about that.
Thank you very much.
Well, let me finish. I think you had one more slide, or is that, you did section 522? Not just before lunch?
Did all the sections.
Okay. Then we're actually about 10 minutes early.
I think we covered the impact for the board while we were
Doing earlier part.
going through
Okay.
things. Yeah. So thank you, everybody.
Good job. So I guess then we'll break for lunch. We're actually gonna be a little bit early, but go in the back. The lunches hopefully are there by now. We'll slide back. But then bring your lunches back here because there's gonna be a lunchtime presentation. You're going to be back here. Yeah.
Well, tried and I did it on mine, just to practice.
Yeah.
My mom taught me over there. All the time. She was watching special students, severely handicapped students. Oh. No matter how, but there's.
We are not getting your sound. We go on video.
Whoops.
I'm so sorry, guys. Here we go.
I got it. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Perfect, great. I'll just kind of do a real quick recap. Naturally occurring fires have occurred in land between the lakes for, I guess, for lack of a better, time frame. In between the period of the late 1800s through the early 1900s, most of the areas here were, clear, a little more clear than what they are now. They were dominated by larger trees. They were dominated by some expanses of grass and different, ecotypes of the landscape. But most of those things were actually a result of either natural occurring fires, be it by lightning strikes or Native American actions or activities. After that time, what happened is that there was a slowdown in the use or the prevalence of fire, because wildfires, Smokey always said, any fire's a bad fire. There was a slowdown because of prescribed fire here on the landscape, and also timber harvesting. We don't like to talk about that component of it, but timber has always been harvested here in some way, shape, form, and fashion or another. I've seen a lot of oak barns across the landscape or the remnants thereof, and I've never seen one that just kind of grew that way, if you follow what I'm saying. There was a board cut somewhere. I know there used to be a sawmill at the north end that was owned by one of the former residents, and his family supplied a lot of the timber to a lot of the things that were here in the unit. Moving on with that, the timber harvesting created primary fuel conditions that we see at land between the lakes today. Most of what you see when you ride up and down the road is closed canopy. What does that mean? It means that there's very little light or sunlight getting to the ground. As a result of that, a lot of the species that typically would exist here, or species that are disturbance dependent, or better yet, some of those heirloom grass species are either in decline, or they're absent, or they are suffering. So one of the things that we do is we use fire to create those natural openings. And that allows us to, dare I say, reset the clock, at least temporarily, hoping for larger disturbances on the landscape. So going back to the slides, Little to No Fire or fire management staff has been here over the last couple of years. How little or how small the staff did we have when I got here? One. It don't get very much smaller than that. But there was an expectation of a deliverable from our publics. My fire staff consisted of one individual. We hope to move that up, obviously, to about 15 when we're all said and done. Why is that? Because we recognize the need for this total landscape. When you look at the next slide here, it talks about prescribed burn. We average about, we're lucky about 2,000 acres a year. Some years we do. Well, we've never done as high as 10,000 since I've been here, but historical records will show that we've actually burned up to 10,000 acres. More times than not, when you look at the climatic conditions that we deal with, when you look at the weather effects and this, that, and other, some years we don't burn anything. So contrary to popular belief, there's a science involved in burning. It's not just going out, find an area, stretch a line and burn it loose. We look at transport winds, we look at humidity, we look at actual winds at ground, we look at a lot of different things to make sure that when we are actually initiating these burns, that we're able to, we have a predicted outcome rather than just hope and pray. And yeah, hopes and prayers don't go very far when you chase a smoke. And next. Our current fire regime last year is due primarily to the exclusion of fire, like I said. What we have here is a condition class 9. That's basically what you see out there. It's closed canopy, it's a thick understory. Not a lot of herbaceous, but not a lot of vegetation that actually feeds the wildlife. We need to be closer to a 1 or a 2. Desired conditions are to return the conditions back to, there it is, 1 or 2, representing more open land scattered within the area. Is that making the area Kansas? No. I want to say that again. The intent is not for us to return to the look of Kansas. The intent is for us to return it to a more naturally occurring ecotype in this game, where it actually existed before. This is accomplished by a continued application of prescribed fire and associated management actions, creating and maintaining more overlands. So how do you do that? Obviously by burning, but part of our plans also include the use of mechanized equipment. That's masticators, that's shearing tools, that's bush hogs. A lot of those things that typically you wouldn't
think of as a tool to return something to a more naturally occurring state. Those are the things that we're trying to do in concert with occasionally active management, which will include timber harvest. So it is the use of all of those tools that will allow us to get to where we need to be. Our future management plans. We want to increase the amount of fire used to manage the ecosystem at land between lakes. Why? It's cost effective. It works. It's cost effective and it works. And it's cost effective and it works. Now, we're not talking about the same types of fires that you will see in California that everybody looks at every summer and kind of goes, oh my God, we don't need that here. You're right. We don't need stand changing fires, but we do need something to clean up some of the understory. My challenge is that you walk here to the other road, just right down below us here through the woods and not pick up about 75 ticks. That is a tool that we use to help us with that. That's also a tool that we use to regenerate and revegetate a lot of those areas. A lot of those acres and stuff like that, once they're heated up and they actually get pushed in, that ash actually is a fertilizer into the soil and as an opening creates itself. A lot of that green, the pretty green leafy stuff does come back up. And that's the stuff that's most beneficial to our animals here. So how are we going to do that? We're going to utilize the prescribed fire as a primary management tool as directed by our national, regional, and local fire management plans. What does that mean? Once again, we don't just haphazardly do something. A lot of the burns, a lot of the things that we try to implement here annually, excuse me, those things have been in planning for a number of years. We have NEPA documents that go way back. We have historic records that go way back. And what we try to do is to continue certain things until we reach a desired outcome. Those outcomes are consistent with some of the old teachings of some of the old writers, even as far back as Loophole. So if it was written about what they saw when they came over, those are the states that we try to return to. It is naturally an occurring process as we can. So that's our guiding force. Also, our forest management plans in concert with these other documents gives us an idea, and it also gives us sideboards that we have to adhere to. The adherence to those sideboards means that we typically are operating within a scientific box. We have a real good idea, given conditions, what those outcomes should be. So that's what we try to be, okay? It says that the resource management plan references 20,000 acres per year, an additional 10% in the forest management plan as far as the Forest Service strategic plan. A lot of argument. But there's also a social licensing that takes place with that. What is that social licensing? It's you all, basically. How much burning are you willing to allow us to do to try to achieve these goals? Some people's sensitivity to burning may be 20,000 is not enough. Some people may say 20 acres is too much. So it is through these types of conversations with this board that we'll figure out exactly or close to where that acceptable range is. And then we will begin to plan accordingly for each out year, depending on what our desired outcomes may be. Okay. It says increase the fire workforce to meet the objectives of maintaining the total resource management with the applied fire applications. What does that mean? You don't have the bodies, you can't do it. So once again, this goes to demonstrate that what we do here is not just a haphazard activity. It's not a hope and a prayer. It's not a guess. It is an educated guess based upon models and graphs and charts and historic data and all those things that are compiled into one given document that we will actually elevate up to the leadership to go. Say, based upon the best available science that we have, these are the outcomes that we think we're going to get. What is your comfort level? And if leadership is okay with it, then the burn occurs. If leadership is not okay with it, we're done. To the extent of with the given parameters that we operate in, if one of those things gets out of prescription, we shut it down. How many times did you all know that we actually can pull the plug on a burn? How many times would y'all believe that we've done it? In the last couple of years, I could think of 3 times when we've actually gotten out of prescription and we immediately stopped lighting. That doesn't mean that we get to put the fire out, but it means that what we've done is we've decided that potential outcomes outweigh or outside of that scope that we're hoping for. And in order to make sure that we are consistent with what those outcomes are, you stop. You let it naturally occur, you back down rather than ripping. You can actually use fire to keep some areas from burning. And as a result of that, we get what we were hoping for, but maybe not as much because those parameters just got sideways and made it a little more dangerous to hold. Or sometimes you just kind of get those hairs on the back of your neck just tell you no. And when those hairs start rising, we usually stop them. Okay. We identify new management areas that will benefit by using fire and other management tools such as timber harvest. What does that mean? It means that some of these areas that have been harvested, we're going to do things with that involves fire to see what we get. Prime example, a conversation that took place just yesterday, as a matter of fact. It involved some of the salvage units on the north end. I know that there's been a lot of interest in those and the conditions of those as they currently are. Some of those what we're looking at doing is piling and burning. Some of them we're going to kind of scatter them out a little bit more, burning. Some of those we're going to try to pull them, a little bit off and do things in different areas. Why is that? Because we don't know what's going to come back. We also don't know the best way or the best means of reducing some of that fuel load. We know that burning it all up is probably not a good idea. But we also, kind of feel that given an opportunity, some of those heirloom grasses or heirloom species that were there when some of you former residents were children, they're probably still in the seed bank. And given an opportunity, they'll probably come back. And we want to do all that we can to figure out the best way to allow them the opportunity to come back. After we figure out what's best, guess what we're going to do? We're going to replicate across the landscape. So think about that. This isn't just a strip and burn and watch it blaze. This is let's kind of slow this thing down and look at it and see what we get. Once we know what we get or have a relatively good idea about that, a lot of the things that you all have come to us about wanting to see on the landscape, if they represent themselves, we can replicate it. So it's not just going to be one spot at one potential home place where this is going to occur. If that species occurred across the landscape, guess what? We're going to do all that we can to give it an opportunity to express itself. So, next up, please. The comprehensive strategy vision for the next century. This is the big one. Why is this the big one? Because it's human nature to think about time in our way. When you bake a cake, 5, 10, 15 minutes, you have the outcome. Would you agree? You break an egg, you pour a little flour, a little sugar, you're doing all those things, you got a mess. You clean up your mess, 15 minutes later, 20 minutes later, you got a cake. That's not how nature works. That's not. It takes time. What this strategy is, this is what we're doing is we're looking forward 5, 10, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years. Why are we looking out that way? Because it takes time. It takes real time. I want that to soak in for me. These applications or these efforts will take time. But with your help and your commitment to the process, we'll have time to allow these things to get to where they want to be. We're not going to cut a tree today and expect a flower to grow tomorrow. Or cut a tree today, burn it today, and then expect everything to be the way we want it tomorrow. It's not going to happen. But a couple of years down the road with proper management, there's a lot of potential with that, okay? What we're trying to do is build those resilient landscapes. What is a resilient landscape? It's one that's capable of actually bouncing back from impacts, be it wildfire, which we're hoping to reduce, insect and disease. Nature has a way of fixing herself off if we get out of her way. We're trying to do our part to lessen our effect on that landscape, okay? Fire adapted communities, what does that mean? It means that unfortunately, everybody likes to see red maple and yellow poplar where it's supposed to be. Where it's not supposed to be, it shouldn't be. Fire adapted communities with the use of fire, what that does is it keeps a lot of those off-site species off-site. It keeps them away from where they're not supposed to be so that the naturally occurring ecosystems will be where they're supposed to be. Okay. Last but not least, safe and effective wildfire response. The way that I like to categorize that or to classify that is this. If you're in one of the campgrounds and things get squirted and the fire's coming from the right way, if we've done everything that we can do the right way, then what happens is that it lessens the likelihood of a big fire actually walking through any of our campgrounds. 4 years ago, I think it was a Cool Creek fire in California. Some of you guys might have saw pictures of that. I know people who were in that fire, where the campers actually kind of got pushed down into the lake and the fire kind of backed down on them and they were using UV helicopters to get them out. That area wasn't managed the right way by admission of those who were there. We're trying to make sure that we're not dunking people in Bark and Lake. Are we saying that that can't happen here? Anything can happen. The reason I say that is the Knoxville fire, the Gatlinburg fires. How many of you all would believe that when that storm came through here, we were drier than Gatlinburg? Winds were higher than Gatlinburg. Our energy release components, which is what fire actually, how much energy is released from fire. We're in the 97th percentile, which is almost off the chart. Basically, it was explosive. We had basically a 2-minute response time. That's what I told my guys. If we can't get there within 2 minutes, we're not going direct because we can't stop it. Proper management will allow us to keep these types of things from happening. And it will allow us to have a safe and effective wildfire response. Okay, thanks. The WUI stuff, wild and urban interface. Bill, this is probably one that kind of gets close to you because you are always at the campground. Sorry for pointing you out like that, but it's one of those things where the reality of it is that when you look at what Land Between the Lakes is, we're all WUI. All of them. You know, Hillman Ferry, how many campsites do we have, Brandon? 100. All right, Piney, how many campsites do we have? 100. Wranglers, how many campsites do we have? 200. What about Energy Lake? 36. What have we just done, folks? This has become cities. On any given weekend during the summer, the biggest city in Lyon County is where? It's located right here in Land Between the Lakes. On the south end, the biggest city or the biggest town in Stewart County is where? Piney, to the point where we say there is a mayor of Piney a lot of times. I mean, you know, so I say that to say we are encouraging people to be here. We're inviting people to be here, and these are ways that we look to try to protect the infrastructure that is here. A lot of the infrastructure is private. So if we're inviting you here, we owe it to you all to do everything we can to keep you safe in the event that something occurs. Okay. The benefits and use of fire for wildlife management. This is a big one because it's thunder chicken season. And I'm in here talking to y'all. Turkey season for y'all, for all of the uneducated, excuse me. I'm a turkey hunter. I'm a deer hunter. I have friends from a lot of states that spend a lot of money to come here every year. I've been a biologist out in Wyoming. I was a biologist / TMA in Georgia for a number of years, 25 years, 26 years with the agency, believe it or not, total. This is one of the few areas where I can say with a high degree of confidence that since 1994, there was an article in it was the Sports and Field magazine where it said the best place for the average man to come and kill or to come and experience trophy animal hunting was Land Between the Lakes. I was still in college when I read that article, but I always said I wanted to come here. One day, somehow or another, I was gonna get here. Why? Because the management. Why? Because a lot of things that were going on. These are the draws. I mean, what does it do? It reduces the invasion of trees and shrubs, including invasive species. Multiflora rose, autumn olive, privet, you know, a lot of those other things like that that don't need to be on the landscape. Most of those species aren't fire tolerant. So the right burn moves them back, opens it back up for the native species. Manages the grassland communities. Those heirloom grasses, those herbs, those forbs, a lot of those things that our animals like or need in order to have a successful life cycle. It provides that, removes the excess litter and that inhabits or inhibits the vegetative growth and wildlife use. 6 inches of leaf litter on top of anything will keep it from growing. I think we're kind of in agreement on that. Our prescribed fires will allow us to greatly reduce that and to recycle a lot of those nutrients back in the ground. It releases the seed for germination. That's big. Why is that? Once again, we don't know what's out there. There are a lot of opportunities for those heirloom grasses or species to re-exhibit themselves on the landscape, but we have to give them the opportunity, Increase species diversity. Yeah, if you hadn't seen it, didn't know it was there, and all of a sudden it shows up, we've added a species. That's a good thing. Those sensitive species, some of those species that may be imperiled in other areas, maybe this becomes a trial. Prime example of that is the Price's potato bean. It's a T&E species. We started actively burning. Now we got a bunch of them. Used to be a few, now we have a whole bunch. To the point where we're actually giving cuttings and clippings of the species to other areas to try to invigorate or enhance those populations in other areas. That is a byproduct of active management and active burning on the unit. Reducing hazardous fuels, we've kind of covered that one already, and controlling disease. The formation of the working fire module for the future at LBL is where we're going, along with the increased use of water. What does that mean? We're trying to do, I have tasked my staff with, let's not do what everybody else has done and hope to get where everybody else is. At Land Between the Lakes, we want to do something special. We want it to be a situation where when people look at us, they look at us and go, wow, we wish that we had thought about it that way. Look at all the good things that they're able to do. When you look at some of these positions that we have, while in prescribed fire management and leadership roles, we need to know, as an LT group, we need to hear from them. They're the experts. Aviation operations, including drone operations for night. Innovative. Why is that? Why is that such a big thing? A drone to help us with our ignition operations is about $2,000. A helicopter is about $2 million. There are 0 souls on the drone. People. Drones go down, we go, whoops, that's $2 grand. Helicopter goes down, that's a whole nother ball of wax that none of us really want to get into at this point. But once again, we're trying to be innovative. Prevention support services. What is prevention? What is fire prevention? This is us actually going to the schools. This is us going to what we call the trap lines, which are the gas stations or the restaurants. So we're putting out this information to people that says, hey, every fire is not a bad fire. This is us basically handing out what I call swag to the little kids and letting them know that some fires are bad, but some fires are good. Some fires are naturally occurring. During the right times, they actually benefit us. This is us we're teaching the younger generation that smoking wasn't always right, because that is definitely needed. Fuels management training. What does that mean? If it's not right to burn, guess what we're not doing? We're not burning. Why? Because I have guys on staff here or individuals on my staff here, and that is their job. They specialize in the relative humidity, the consumption rate, the rate of spread, all those things that cause fires to be scary. Their job is to help us basically put a leash on it and use it as a tool that is intended to be, rather than as the boogeyman that's going to jump out the closet at us. Okay. Wildfire training courses. We are in the process now where we're reaching out not only to some of our partners, but also TSU. also Austin P. My staff went to UT Martin 2 weeks ago over the weekend to teach to teach a introduction to fire course. What does that do? For those of us who've been around for a while, we have a lot of the information. We feel that we know how to work this thing. The problem is all of us are getting long in the tooth. And if we're not bringing anybody up behind us, then what are we doing? Say the mark of greatness is not what you do for yourself, it's what you do for those who are coming in behind you. And if you have the best of intentions, but you're not actually transferring that knowledge backwards, then when you go, we go, and that's not going to benefit any of us. Specialized staffing qualified all hazard responses. All hazard responses. When was the last time we had an all hazard response around here? Other than 2 weeks ago, about almost 2 years ago, when the storms came through. We had an emergency event that turned into an emergent event that required a lot of people to get involved. It required a lot of outside work. It required us reaching out to Fort Campbell and GTAC and all these other places to get GIS maps, satellite imagery, and all these other sorts of things to come to help us to build a plan that got us through the process. And that plan was effective enough and efficient enough to the point where when Puerto Rico was hit by the hurricane during the summer of 22, how we did it here was translated to there. Exactly the same process. My notes were used to aid them in the cleanup effort during the hurricane, because there were things that were done right here and we opened it up and there was a lot of people involved and it worked. Other reasons for fire use as a primary tool. I've said this, it's cost effective, it's dynamic, it's great for helping the wildlife. It creates a mosaic on the landscape. It's not like it just goes and cleans everything. Fire moves. Fire is like a pet. Given the opportunity, it lives, it breathes, it eats, it plays, it sleeps, it jumps around, it's curious, but it doesn't just burn everything off the landscape. So you may have a burn in this area that is fairly hot. 5 feet to the side of it, it may not touch it all. So what happens is that you've actually created microclimates or microsites within one burn. And those are across the landscape. Very, very, very rarely when you get 100% burn across the landscape. It's a protective tool for the safety of public and infrastructure. Once again, prescribed burn keeps it out of somebody's camper. It keeps it off of somebody's front door, or under the right conditions, it keeps it from jumping the canal. So that's a part of it as well. Planning allows for us to use prescribed fire and wildfire throughout the year. Let that one soak in a little bit. What does that mean? If we plan for a growing season burn and we get a natural start, which is a lightning induced start, a non-man caused fire, guess what we can do? We can let it burn. Under the right conditions, we let it burn. Why do we do that? Because those are natural occurrences that happen on the landscape. And there's no primary threat to anything. We just let it go. Prime example of that is about 6 years ago when there was a fire down in Fenton on top of the hill there. How many of y'all remember that? Fire hit a tree. We were actually here doing the FACA board meeting and advisory board meeting. When the call came in, or a gentleman came up on his bicycle, and he goes, "Hey, I got a fire down there on top of the hill. Did you know that?" No, we didn't, but we were happy that we found it. And that fire, we actually managed that fire for the better part of a week. The flames probably got about that high at the highest point. And it just worked its way around, cleaned everything up, nice and green and pretty. And the result is nice and green and pretty. That's all I got. Once again, this presentation was prepared by a member of my staff. Hopefully I've done it justice. If there are any questions, I'll do my best to answer those. Yes, sir.
John, this is a good job. Good job. Slightly off the subject, but points out of sensitivity. Several years ago, during one of the controversial periods, one of our county judges did a FOIA request.
Yes.
Before your tour, several years before your tour. And what we learned from those emails was that, there are 200 cemeteries here. Plus.
Yes, sir.
And some of the cemeteries were burned. And the response from the Forest Service person on that email was, who cares? It's just a bunch of plastic flowers and wooden stuff. Who cares? That was not helpful.
No.
Those kind of things are not helpful. So I'm assuming you're using your resources to not burn somebody's cemetery up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Secondly, on the opening up of spaces, we've long advocated, even our farm has fields that were grown up. And we had advocated, I think I was on the phone from Frankfurt one night when you guys were discussing how to get more wildlife area burned that prevent wildlife feeding, so forth. Opening up the old fields has always been a good thing. Cutting timber is a little more sensitive. Two reasons. When they took our land, TVA took it. If you had timber, TVA would not pay you for your timber. Zero value to your timber. So our ancestors said, well, we'll cut the timber then, sell it before you get the land. They would say, we will deduct that. So you screwed either way. Because they said, this is a park. So we're not gonna cut timber. Of course, TVA cut half of LBL before they left here when they went broke. So there's sensitivities to being careful. And that's why in this language here, needs to be upfront approval. Theoretically, every tree that's cut here, the money should go back to a former resident, right? Because they can get paid for it. We're not advocating that, but there's a lot of sensitivities to it, especially around historic sites. And, my God, what if we had burned St. Stephen's Church up back before it was restored? So I assume we're keeping all those sensitivities in place.
Yes.
It would be best to open up old fields. I'd love for you to go open up my daddy's old fields that have grown up now. They're pretty large, just let them grow up. So I just want to bring up those sensitivities to this and understand some of the advantages to burning some time, but to be careful.
Yes, sir. To that point, bring back to a meeting and a conversation that was had about other things. What we do before we burn, before we do any type of management activities, we actually get in with our cultural resources staff, and we have those areas clearly identified on the map, on a working map. What we do is we provide those maps to whoever the contractors are. They are geo-referenced to the point where before any activities can be done around those as it relates to burning, usually it's Chris or it's Carl or it's one of the cultural resources staff that goes in, and they will actually do the actual ringing around those resources to ensure that that protection has been afforded.
Meaning
they will burn around, keep fire out of it. And it's not until we have sufficient what we call black wave buffer zone around those to the rest of the burn is allowed to even proceed. Trying to ensure that we keep the scorch and the heat to a minimum. Also, that goes a long way to reducing the amount of even smoke in some areas off of those as well. So they're not charred or discolored or anything like that. As it relates to the different openings, that's one of the things that I am really passionate about, trying to find ways to reopen a lot of those fields. Now, this presentation is about fire. Through the new legislation that we have, and through some of the funds that are being generated by the salvage sales and the like, we're looking at actually in the fire portion of it, hiring equipment operators and getting masticators or larger tractors with bush hogs and those types of things so that we can go in and reduce those, what we'll call woody stems in a lot of those fields. So that when we burn them, it's a lower intensity burn, it cleans everything off. Ground soil is exposed a little more than what it normally would be. Drag a set of discs across it and see what comes back naturally. The intent is not for us to change everything. The intent for us is is to enhance it and to allow those naturally occurring species that are no longer present on the landscape an opportunity to come back. Now, as it relates to the active management and the timber portion, what we found is that a hard edge benefits nothing. So it's not about going in and cutting everything all over. That has never been the intent. But if we further those edges, it provides more of an opportunity, more what I call laddering effects back to a more, a little more dense timber structure. That actually has, we have found, or research has shown that the amount of forest per acre goes up exponentially just by having 100-foot buffer or 200-foot buffer around those fields. The amount of wildlife that uses those fields also has gone up, 4 and 5-fold. How many times, if you're a hunter, you watch a deer walk out to an edge and look both ways before he walks in the field? Sometimes they don't, they just walk around it. The same thing for turkey and a lot of other species that people come here to hunt and just to see. We're trying to provide opportunities for those consumptive users as well as those non-consumptive users. That's the way that we will get the biggest benefit out of a lot of this stuff, is really just opening it up and allowing those natural processes to occur in the landscape again, with you all's help and through conversation and through and in concert. Success is where we want to end up. But there also has to be the realization that the tools that we use to dig the hole that we find ourselves in some areas is not going to be the same tool that we use to dig ourselves out of it. We're going to have to find ways to get together wherever that common ground is and move. But moving you have to do, because this place is not going to wait. When you look at the age of the species that we have out here, when you look at that consistent age across the landscape, one thing that affects oak could wipe out 80 to 90% of wetlands. Just one, if it gets here. Am I saying that that's going to happen now? No, no way. Am I saying that it's going to happen in my lifetime? I can't answer that. But eventually what's going to happen is something's going to get here that affects oak at a certain age, and 80% of the trees that we have on this unit are the same age. But with your help, we'll figure out what that it is, and we'll get this place to where it needs to be, which is hopefully something you all will feel proud to have been part of. Any other questions? Oh, I'm sorry, did I answer your question? Yes, sir.
I asked this question when Ms. Tilly was still here. I was reading that a lot of money was being released from the Forest Service for fire prevention. And that was one of the only growth areas in budget that Forest Service was seeing in like the last 5 years. Did it create opportunities to use that money in a cooperative way for other projects that maybe not would be clearly fire prevention, i.e. redredging some inland ponds along 6880, so where you would have direct access for firefighting, access for water away from the lakes, clearing roads and maintaining some of these roads that would be crucial, because that's the only access in for 500 square acres. Is there any, do you have the leverage within that pot of money to be a little more creative in how you apply it to this unit?
As a matter of fact, we do. The thing with it, once again, is there has been a realization that how we got here is not going to be how we get out once again. The realization is that a lot of the tools that we use to get here aren't going to solve the problem. The realization is that they make those tools. We just have to be able to find ourselves in a position to acquire them. Now, when we look at the way that we're actually constructing our fire program, it is going to have equipment operators. We are, I think it's a class 3 type of area, which means that there was no heavy equipment operated. No heavy equipment really operated or allowed in place. That's not saying that we can't get somebody who's a skid steer operator who can run a masticator that has a very light footprint. We can go in, we can reclaim, we can push those edges back, those road banks back. A lot of those areas that are basically growing in and growing over, push a lot of that stuff back when it's this big and it doesn't affect the road. Wait till it's this big and it falls over, lost half the road and now we have issues with people getting to cemeteries or to other places that they find that have some type of value to them. So we are looking at all the different options right now. We're no longer limited by our own comfort levels. As a matter of fact, my perspective is, if I can't make you uncomfortable with the solution, then I've wasted your time and money. And in our discomfort, what happens is change. Change is growth. Growth is getting better. Now we find ourselves in a different position when we have this conversation a year or 2 or 3 down the road. So, did that answer your question?
It does. I mean, I just think there's some creativity in how we spend those funds that have additional positive impacts.
Yes.
Whether it's widening the offset of the road so it becomes a designated fire break
Yes.
and you're not losing a larger portion. You have a place to stop and try to fight that fire right there. Inland ponds that have filled in with silt. Benefits of the wildlife that's inland along the trace. Everything from lizards and whatever to a watering hole for the deer and turkey. But it also is a resource for firefighting if you can drop a hose in it and fill a tanker.
It's almost like you've been talking to us for reading our minds.
There was one at Cedar Pond.
I'm sorry?
There was one at Cedar Pond.
We're looking at what one piece of equipment can do for a multitude of things. Because having a pond that's 50 foot back through a thicket does you no good unless you have a road that is maintained in some capacity. And that road may not have to be a road. That road could be a field that has been maintained or is maintained through the use of a masticator. So now you have an opening associated with the pond, and now you have bat sites, bat watering sites. You have lizard ponds, salamander ponds, the deer, the turkey, a lot of those species that we don't think about. That's where they're actually going to operate around. And if it turns into, let's say, big stem or blue stem grasses, you have an opportunity for quail, you have all these other things. We're actually starting to get grouse in some areas already because of some of the work that's being done here. So we're looking to move. Sitting still is no longer an option. This man is going.
John, I have a thought, and it centers around the smoke that's created. I'm very concerned about the environment. I'm very concerned about people who have respiratory problems that live in this area. And I hope that you all will be very mindful of that, because the kind of fires you build, I mean, they make a lot of smoke. That's what they are. They don't have real clean, big burns, not hot burns. They're slow and they're putting out smoke. So that is a major concern. I think should be always upmost in your mind. The fact that we never had wildfires here before is a fact. The fact that they are occasional, but they're not, as you pointed out, they burn slow. Because our litter on the ground is always got a lot of humidity in it, because we live in Western Kentucky. And it doesn't burn really clean or fast. So that's not an issue as far as protecting the forest. But the birds, I understand what the reasoning is behind it, but I also have a real concern about the effect it has on the environment, especially our air, and so on and so forth. So I'm not a fan of burning. I don't know that I ever will be. But anyway, I can see it as a tool, but it's one that I think you should use prudently and certainly be aware of what they're causing to happen to the air that we all have to breathe.
To that point, Ms. Dillon, what we do is we run a program called High Split, where we actually can monitor or predict where that smoke is going to go, how many particulates are in the air, how far that particular field is going to go, where our sensitive areas are. We avoid certain wind directions for that going into it. We know we can answer just about everything, to the point where a couple of weeks ago, we had a burn, and during the RLT, we had people monitoring this burn from their cell phone, watching the smoke particulate matter basically according to the wind speed, the direction, the wind shear effects, all those other climatic and atmospheric things that were going on. We were able to say with a very high degree of confidence exactly where our smoke was going to go. We also, it is a common practice for us to bring in a air monitor, Miss Petrella from the regional office, and she will set up around the perimeter in some of our sensitive areas to ensure that with the information that we're loading into the system, the outputs are consistent. One of her favorite places to go is actually over in the Katie's area. Another one is up around Calvert City. So we know, we have a good idea. We never know exactly, but based upon science, we take those things into consideration. And if there is a potential for an impact to one of our sensitive areas, we don't burn. That is one of our very, very, very high priorities that we ensure are in prescription. We're not going to gift wrap a bunch of smoke and send it to you. You should not have the same feeling of, I'm gonna call October around here, when everybody's tobacco barn is burning and smoking the tobacco for days and weeks on end. That should never be the outcome of a fire that we have here. It goes up, it hits the airstream, it dissipates and it goes out.
And that may be new, but I can attest to the fact that that's not always been the way the burns went. We've had some that was definitely choking over where I live.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of calls were made and a lot of people very disturbed about it, and rightly so. But I'm just mentioning that it's a main concern.
Yes, ma'am.
And I will say, not to step in front of John, but a lot of us have been prescribed fire practitioners, whether state, federal, NGO, whatever capacity. We have a Kentucky Prescribed Fire Council now that makes up all these different agencies and partners. And we've recently, and I'd say within the past 5 to 7 years, have brought in the EPA and Division of Air to the table. And we, as practitioners, are doing a lot of different things. It's sometimes agency based by whatever your policies are. But we are doing our due diligence with air quality and smoke. And so that's why it may look different from what it did or didn't look like years ago. But all of us are starting to, smoke management is a huge concept that we're all talking about that practice fire.
Keep talking about it because it's important.